Hey everybody, it's Chuggaaconroy. This is every Pokemon bio that I made for my Black 2 and White 2 Let's Play. You're here because you either want information or because you need lots and lots of background noise. Well, before I turn you loose, if there's a specific Pokemon you're looking for, they are all listed below alphabetically in the description, and you can go straight to a timestamp if you so wish. A few Pokemon might have corrections here and there, but nothing too major. The only one that I can think of that was egregiously bad in the original was Beartic. But yeah, hope you enjoy. Snivy! As is often standard for the grass type, this is probably the most challenging of the three to use. Right away, that's some strange stat distribution with high speed and defenses. Most Pokemon with speed are given a lot of attack power so they can score a knockout before the opponent moves. But Snivy instead wants to go first, use a buffing move at the start of a fight, then is solid enough in order to move again. I would say it excels the most in stall tactics, being able to lay down a buff or debuff immediately, then hitting them hard next time. It's pretty unique. Snivy stays the pure grass type for life, which has many weaknesses. A lot of Pokemon found in starting areas especially beat up on poor Snivy, so it would be wise to pick up a second team member pretty quickly with this one. Thankfully, it usually has at least enough bulk to take one hard hit before going down, so it's not outright useless in spite of its type. None of what I've said is outright bad. Just keep these things in mind and play around it. The big reason why I call Snivy a challenge is its moves. While it starts out okay and gets really great moves late in life, it has a pretty wide canyon of levels in its middle stage of just nothing good coming in. Even more so, I want to touch on one of the new big points for Black 2 and White 2 and how it differs from other Pokemon games. Every single Pokemon is capable of learning tons more moves not available in past games. It's pretty exciting stuff, and Pokemon have radically different uses or exciting new options not feasible in anything else you've played before. A nice way of making the sequel stand out and feel different. Unfortunately, Snivy has one of the lesser pools of new moves out of anyone, and there isn't some huge shakeup that suddenly makes it amazing. In general, I suggest it for someone who wants something a bit different from all other Pokemon or from normally slow grass types. Tepig! Firefighting 4 games in a row! It's almost like they made a Unova sequel just to spite me! Again! Anyway, so this is Tepig. Becomes, well, you know the type. Establishing this from the start, if you are the same type as the move you are using, the damage is multiplied by 1.5 times. That means we have 2 strong types that hit lots of other types well, and it gets a simply glorious attack stat, along with a still very bright special attack stat to both burn and smash through lots of targets. It's slow and has several weaknesses to watch out for, but thankfully has an abundance of HP to balance it out, so it's not gonna go down in one hit too often. Moving on from raw stats and type, I'm happy to say that Tepig fared great in having lots of fun and exciting moves available to it. I don't want to spoil everything, but know that type coverage and being able to deal in both physical and special damage well means Tepig is a pretty nice attacker. I feel Tepig is one of those Pokemon who is very useful for certain big battles, but not helpful at all in others. It's some good with some bad. I think the decision to pick Tepig boils down to whether you want a fire type and not so much a fighting type. It doesn't have super reliable fighting moves for a long, long time. The ones that can learn tend to be inconvenient in application, and I can say with confidence that there are other great fighting types available from the start of this game. How funny it all came back to saying the fighting type of it was the worst thing. Oshawott, Oshawott, his friends have got it made in the water. Rounding off the trio of tanky starters, Oshawott is a great example of an all-around Pokemon. No outstanding stats, but nothing awful either. It will use any move you give it relatively well, with only a slight preference towards special moves. It'll take hits decently, is kinda fast, and has a steady income of good moves at all times. I wasn't saying that you want to date it or anything. And is only weak to the electric and grass types, making it easy to know when to use it. What kind of water starter would it be if it didn't learn good water moves? Totodile. It gets good on both the special and physical fronts, adding in its all-around nature. But let's move on to the wacky stuff. Good ice moves are actually a realistic goal, and it can hope to reach it on these travels. Not too exciting because every water type learns ice moves. Well, how about good bug and fighting type attacks? Oshawott lacks the high highs of Snivy or Tepig, but also lacks the low lows. I consider it a nice, safe choice and would recommend it highly for beginners. Besides, it's not like he ever got picked in Playground Sports with a face like that. Make him feel loved. Or if you want to give him hope just to take it all away, this is the choice I recommend for those who box their starter because he's one of the best HM users ever. If you don't know what that is, you'll know in due time, but just trust me, it's important and you will need one. I would like to thank Wembler for drawing this adorable artwork that you've seen. There's some frankly astoundingly good art that I can't believe I get to have in my videos, and this is the first of many. Patrat! This is one of those Pokemon that's good for one specific purpose and then ditchable unless you want a challenge. Its attack stat is pretty decent for now. Tackle is 50 power and it will always know it when caught. It's reliable damage. In the teens, Patrat learns Crunch and Hypnosis, which are certainly not moves you'll find in many places at those levels. If you just have to have it, it's at least able to put stuff to sleep. Soon after evolving, it gets the rare Super Fang, a priceless move that takes away half of the opponent's remaining HP. Surprisingly, it actually does learn a lot of good moves from all over the place. Patrat here sure sounds good, right? Well, the trouble is that it's extremely outclassed when thinking about the bigger picture. When fully evolved, it has low stats compared to pretty much anything else. There's plenty of stronger normal types, and lots of normal types learn a wide array of moves. Between Super Fang, Hypnosis, and low stats, this is a good Pokemon for catching other Pokemon with, but not good at actually battling. If you absolutely must pick it up, make sure its ability is Keen Eye. Runaway has no use in trainer battles and turns into Illuminate, which doubles your wild encounter rate for 0 benefit. With that, we move on to Purloin. It's fast. That's the most true thing about it. The biggest problem is that it's not much else and it doesn't really do a lot with that speed. But wait, it has just 5 attack points less than Patrat, and I said that was passable early on, right? Purloin has a downright wimpy move pool during those same levels. It uses Scratch instead of Tackle, it doesn't get the same type of attack bonus from its normal type moves. It doesn't see a single use out of being Dark type for so many levels. We're not even fighting a lot of Pokemon that it would be able to resist as a Dark type for a long time. And even then, its moves are still pretty low power even when it does get use out of its type. Speaking of evolution, those stats are not great. It does pretty average damage, and that frailty doesn't take hits for beans. It's so frail, in fact, that I don't even think the buffing moves it learns are worth the gamble unless you know your opponent is backed into a corner. Fake Out is a must for Purloin, since it allows it to get in some mild damage that always causes the opponent to flinch on the first turn of battle. This, followed up with a fast attack next turn, helps bridge damage gaps that allows it to win before getting whacked itself. Thankfully, you can look forward to learning Dark Pulse in the not too distant future, with getting it some good use out of that special attack stat, but I feel like I'm stretching to say anything nice. I hate to say it, but our first real route kinda sucks. We're starting off at the bottom with Sunkern. A lot of the land's bounty ranges from bad to outclassed, but wow, Sunkern breaks new ground in just how entirely awful it manages to be. It is the weakest Pokemon of them all. No Pokemon has lower stats than Sunkern, ever. And it requires an item to evolve that we're not going to even be able to get for a long time. Other than the worst stats in the game, what else can you look forward to being stuck with? How about Wimpy Absorb and Wimpy Mega Drain? Even if it seems cool that Sunkern learns Razor Leaf at low levels, it's one of the worst users of it. Not only that, but its evolution doesn't speed up one teensy point. It stays this slow with this many weaknesses for life. The Sunkern family's main strategy is using Sunny Day to get off Chlorophyll, use Growth to get twice the normal buffs in Sunlight, then use special attacks like Nuts. Get it? But if you thought the Sunstone was far off, oh boy, it's twice as long before it can even get Sunny Day. And who cares about a Pokemon that spends a turn doubling 30 speed into 60? Is saying that you're twice as fast as Snorlax an actual merit? This is a bad Pokemon, and the only saving grace is Sunflora having actually pretty good special bulk, so it doesn't just instantly die to every move. What a great honor. P-Dove! It's obligatory bird! Sadly, this isn't one of the better Pidgeons. P-Dove is a physical attacker who learns almost entirely special moves that they can't use very well. And the few physical moves there are normal type. I wish it was better because it comes close to being something special, but I can't help but think Arceus just forgot to flip its physical and special attack stats that day when it was creating it. Heck, the new moves in Black 2 and White 2 that it learns are mostly special too, so this problem went super uncorrected. I wouldn't call it unusable. This certainly isn't Sunkern tier or anything. It's just a little disappointing for how good the early birds tend to be. If you want to take the chance, Super Luck is the way to go. The only real synergy P-Dove has with his moves is a high critical hit chance on some of them that stack with that ability. And if you can get a move, ability, and item that all do it, it'll score big hits pretty often. Since it's got 3 other move slots and good speed, it's best off using a status move for support when it's in a favorable matchup. Of course, there are other Pokemon who do this. I'm just listing it as a strong attribute of P-Dove. Obligatory bird, meet obligatory bug. Swaddle! Simply put, this guy's good. Finally, right? Swaddle is grass bug type, which is great for offense, utter paper for defense. It's a sweeper in every sense of the word. Swaddle can look forward to both Bug Bite and Razor Leaf at low levels, making one of the most potent attackers new trainers can find. I wouldn't say it slows down either. It learns plenty of more good physical moves past those two. And that's not all. This is our first example of a Pokemon that evolves based on happiness. Happiness is increased by simply either walking around with it in the party like we've heard, using certain items, or some town services. Happiness evolution occurs once happiness is at a certain point and 1 level is gained. The best part is that around the level that the happiness mechanic comes into play, it's easy as pie to get the points that it wants. It's almost overpowered to have it fully evolved at level 21. The only thing we haven't touched on is abilities because neither of them are particularly consistently helpful. But if it were me, I'd pick Swarm for the occasional comeback after it takes a hard hit. Swaddle finally breaks the curse, being a Pokemon I can recommend without an asterisk. Psyduck! Gen 5 and slow evolutions, here we go again! Psyduck is okay. Those are some of the best stats we've run across yet. The problem is it stays this way until level 33 and it's found at level 5. Your willingness to use it depends on whether you're willing to put up with a Psyduck rather than if you want a Golduck. I personally would wait to catch its evolution because it takes a little too long to evolve for my tastes. Cloud9 is a nice ability. Weather negating is rare and can be helpful in some choice situations. Damp is similarly rarely useful, but very nice when it is. I personally prefer Cloud9 unless you're doing a permadeath run. At low levels, Psyduck gets Water Pulse. This is a 60 power special water type move with a 30% chance of confusion. Speaking of confusion, well, it gets that too. That about does it for the symptoms of this little headache. So for waiting it out, your reward is all around pretty good stats and a decent user of Surf, Ice Beam, and Psychic. If there is one strong benefit for Psyduck, it learns 4 HM moves. All around, I think this is a not awful family that is just outclassed by pretty much every water type we'll be meeting. On that note, we have a normal type. The normal type that evolves into a water type, you know what I mean. Azurill starts out much weaker than Psyduck with some of the worst stats yet. In return, it can be fully evolved by just level 18, and those stats are a mammoth for that level. It's a physical attacker that evolves at a low level, starts off bad, but gets good real fast. Very much the anti-Psyduck. Without a doubt, Azurill wants the ability Huge Power. When it says doubles attack stat, that means the actual stat number displayed in the status screen after nature, IVs, and everything else have been factored in. I get that mixed up thinking so often, you know, 100 base attack isn't so great, but no. It actually is much better than 100 base attack because the final number after everything gets doubled. The temporary normal type is somewhat of a blessing in disguise because some of the choice move opportunities coming right up happen to be normal type. And like a perfect little button, it loses that normal type almost as soon as it ceases being useful. I'm also awarding points for being a low-level user of Charm, which lowers the foe's attack twice. Don't underestimate this in single player, especially in challenge runs. It's one of my favorite underrated moves. Unfortunately, there is one serious move missing from the move pool. No access to Aqua Jet, so it's stuck moving last in most battles. It's fairly tanky, but it's still a shame because it would be truly at its potential if it just had that. Oh, and once it's evolved, Azurill learns every HM move that Psyduck does too, so you really have nothing to lose by trying it. Mareep! I remember always using Mareep at the beginning of a certain fantastic sequel that came out when I was young. And I'm glad that it's back to do this again in another fantastic sequel. I think everyone's used a Mareep at some point. Right away, strong special attack, low speed, but only a ground weakness, static, and actually respectable bulk to troll foes who hit its fluffiness. What's extremely nice about Mareep, and I think the most important thing to consider, is that 100% of all Mareep on Flockacy Ranch come knowing Thunder Wave, a 100% accurate move that always paralyzes an affected target. Useful in more situations than can be named. Electric types aren't immune to paralysis in this one, so it's even more useful than what the youngins are used to. For that move alone, it's worth considering at least as a short-term party member to make would-be tough fights way easier. The things that aren't so lovable about Mareep are lack of variety in moves. Every Mareep uses a strong electric move, Signal Beam, and maybe Power Gem, then probably Light Screen or Toxic to support the rest of the team because it struggles to learn a fourth move. Something that surprised me is that in the 40s, it learns Cotton Guard, even if it's gone bald. That raises defense a whopping 3 stages and complements it nicely. I'd say it balances out to an interesting early game Pokemon outclassed in the long term, but there's nothing wrong with using it if you just like it. Not bad, just stiff competition. And it's so fluffy. Lillipup! Read its ability! Pick up! This dog is a loyal companion, grabbing free items for you every which way, and there's no reason not to fill every would-be empty slot in the party with this to get mounds of free stuff. Finally, my actions come full circle. The items gotten from this are better than what we can even buy for a good long time. And they pick up better items every multiple of 10 levels too. If it's just too cute to say goodbye to this face, then catch it with Vital Spirit because it turns into Intimidate, one of the greatest abilities of all time and barely known to any other Unova Pokemon. It might not be the most solid of the ones that do have it, but there's no denying that's a huge positive. Lillipup starts with solid stats for an unevolved Pokemon, is a great user of normal type moves, evolves fast, gets takedown as soon as it does, and remains a hard hitter for the middle stage in its life. When fully evolved, it has well-rounded stats and isn't bad at anything aside from special moves, which is kind of a letdown. It's capable of learning heaps of great special moves that it has no business even trying. In its place, it has multiple strong normal type moves, the Elemental Fangs, and even some fighting, ground, and electric physical moves. It's a dog that tries hard, even when it's not the greatest. I think you'll be really surprised by this good boy if you discarded him before. You knew I was saving the best for last. Riolu in the second area is certainly a thing. A big trend in Black 2 and White 2 is giving you normally rare late game Pokemon way sooner, and this is the first of them in a big way. First, you Night Owls ought to know that Riolu requires leveling up in the daytime to evolve, and that might be a deal breaker for some who don't want to do untoward things to their internal clock. I'm gonna come out and say it, deal with it. If there was ever anything worth waking up early for in life, it's Lucario. High starting stats, theoretically being able to evolve in one level into one of the most threatening attackers in existence. Riolu is one of those Pokemon that can pretty much do whatever it wants, whenever it wants. Not a bad stat in its body, great type with loads of resistances, good speed, and it's a mixed attacker. I won't even dare recommend a single moveset to you because it can be a great physical attacker, a great special attacker, or a mix of both. There's probably just as many good movesets for Riolu as there are Riolu in the world. And this is truly a Pokemon you can make your own to fit whatever team you end up with. I can only say 2 negative things about it, and they're not even that bad. Both of its abilities aren't helpful all too often, and second, its good fighting type moves are gated behind some pretty intense challenges. All around, this is one of the best Pokemon one can pick up. Audino! Only level 2 to 4? Maybe think about catching this in another route down the road. Audino has a utility purpose. It's found in almost all rustling grass and gives a lot of experience when defeated. It's not the highest EXP yield of any Pokemon, but is helpful to remember when trainers who actually rematch you are a rare breed. Regenerator is such a powerful ability when combined with Audino's high HP stat and playing on shift battles, allowing it to switch out without using a turn. Consider it as a tank for that alone. Audino is more flexible than most other marshmallows would have you think, with the capability to deal with physical and special moves well when normal types are usually more special defense oriented. Its offense, on the other hand, isn't winning any awards, but Audino has attacks for any situation, can swap out moves thanks to reusable TMs, and there's something to be said for a Pokemon that isn't great on its own, but is a team player and can set up. Certainly not a great Pokemon in competitive or anything, but it's passable for the journeying trainer. Adding to diversity, Audino is the only Pokemon to learn Secret Power through leveling up. This has a different effect depending on the setting it's battling in, and could be a fun move to try out. Everything from paralysis to minus attack to flinching. It's pretty fun. We can encounter Dunsparce at only level 3? Forced level, by the way, and there's nothing you can do about it. They were kicking him while he's down. So this is a bad Pokemon that I like. Its stats are nice, like really nice compared to the other low-level Pokemon around it. It gets solid low-level moves like Rollout, Pursuit, and Yawn. Rollout starts out at 30 power and it doubles in power every turn it connects in succession up to 5 turns. Dunsparce learns Defense Curl, and if it uses it the turn before starting a Rollout chain, the power is doubled yet again. This makes Dunsparce able to steamroll through anything it'll be fighting for a good long time if it's able to get going. Like any good normal type, Dunsparce learns nearly every TM and has multiple good possible movesets, furthered by its ability doubling the chances of secondary effects. It sounds pretty good, and I would be inclined to agree, but long term, it's just so weak. Those stats fall behind quickly once other Pokemon start evolving. And Audino does basically the same thing. He has so many makings of a great Pokemon, but just can't capitalize on them because of bad stats. This thing deserved an evolution so much sooner. A Mega Evolution, and Alolan form, for God's sake, anything! He waited for 20 years while you just sat around and made an Ambipom with 2 hands instead. Venipede! We gotta talk about levels. First thing to know about Venipede is it's always level 10 and everything else in Darkgrass is around that mark. That's pretty attractive compared to Dunsparce. Sorry, bud. Speaking of Dunsparce, this also starts out with the Defense Curl Rollout combo. Wow, really outclassed there, buddy. Its stats might be lower than Dunsparce, but I promise you it doesn't fall behind in the same way with time. Venipede evolves into a tank, then into a very fast attacker with respectable defense and good resistances. If you have to wait a while for the tank you want, it's nice that Venipede can just be a sufficient wall for a bit until it evolves fully. Its moves are powerful too. If I have to complain about anything, it's that almost all of its moves are bug or poison type, one or the other, so there's not a lot of variety to work with. It's one of those guys who just does its thing and does it well. Elekid! Hold it! Okay, this looks really tempting right away. I don't blame you. First, this is only in white too, so that already demotivates 50% of you. I'm sure you've heard its final form has some kind of great ability, hits really hard, and has amazing type coverage. Well, all of that's true. Elekid isn't like most baby Pokemon. The stats aren't bad for a baby, but they nerfed Elekid here by not allowing it to be caught holding the Electrizer, and it will be a long, long time before we can get it. I wish I could say Electabuzz is available later on to get around this problem, but it isn't. This is the only Kid Buzzfire habitat in all of Unova, and it's just something that'll have to be accepted. If it still sounds pretty worth it, well, I come bearing good news. This is probably the most teachable its good moves have ever been. Pretty much any move that's usually locked behind breeding or side modes just kinda isn't now. It's a harder Pokemon to train than Magnemite, but with bigger rewards for sticking it through. Probably the biggest weakness is that physical electric moves are pretty underwhelming, so it doesn't really have a main attack, it just kinda uses whatever. Mr. Tutorial recommendation himself, Magnemite! There's no wonder the straight dope on the street was that you should definitely catch one, poggers. Steel is immune to poison, both damage and the status condition. Even as an unevolved Pokemon, it comes with a beastly 95 special attack stat and always comes knowing Thunder Shock. On the note of damage, Magnemite barely takes any. It has the most type resistances of any Pokemon at a big 10. And included in there is the poison immunity and a quad resistance against flying. Both abilities are phenomenally good. I would say Magnet Pole is good for versus fights, while Sturdy is sometimes helpful in single player when fighting against random trainers. Magnemite is about to learn Thunder Wave, and there's no arguing against it being one of the best status moves, so it has utility purpose too. Is there anything bad about this guy? Well, sure. Everybody has weak points unless you're Palkia. It's stuck this way for a long time, and I'm not just talking about the level 30 evolution. It only learns physical electric moves as a Magnemite and is stuck using Thunder Shock for an uncomfortable amount of time. Its attack stat perfectly matches a floating ball's punching ability. As soon as it evolves, it'll be able to evolve again, and it'll gain an even stronger special attack stat with great bulk thrown in. The only footnote about evolving right away is that Magneton is one of those unusual Pokemon that gets slower after evolving. Electric moves, steel moves, Thunder Wave, and good bulk. It's exactly what it says on the tin! But does it really need anything else when it's so good? Magby is only in Black 2, of course. This is generally the less successful cousin of Elekid, but I can be a little forgiving to little Magby here. It still evolves at level 30 and has an equally hard time getting the Magmarizer, which stinks like its butt head. But as Magby, it hits harder than Elekid by a fair bit and gets some nice moves coming in like Clear Smog, Flame Burst, and Confuse Ray. Sadly, that's about where it ends. It grows up to be a special attacker that can also do physical pretty well too, but just winds up using a lot of fire moves and some electric move that it picked up from a tutor for a good chunk of the adventure. Because I have to repeat everything, this is the only opportunity to catch it, and it's a crying shame. Growlithe is always pretty good and reliable. Intimidate is great for any day and makes up for its defense. Plus it has the fantastic and rare priority move of Extreme Speed. If there's any warning label to put on this adorable little fire hazard, it's that this is the only chance to catch it, and Growlithe sadly must stay a Growlithe well into its high levels to learn Agility, Crunch, and Flare Blitz. Those moves would be nice to have, but the urge to evolve is going to be real before they quite come up. A decent Pokemon, not a whole lot to say here. I summed it up by just saying it always ends up being pretty good. Coughing is a physical wall. It's slow, decent at attacking, boasts a helpful immunity to ground, but has weak special defense, making it prey for psychic types, which is the only type weakness it has. That sentence sums it up perfectly. What's nice is that Coughing's favorite moves are easily taught. Will-O-Wisp is great, burning the foe to have their attack and make it even better at taking their hits. Pain Split is available, which even splits the total HP between itself and the target, and it actually gets Dark Pulse too. This is probably the best Coughing has ever done for moves, at least. What's not so nice is that it evolves at level 35, and yep, because Verbank Complex just has to be special, Coughings aren't going to show up anywhere else in the main journey. It's just that way for every Pokemon here. This might be a good Pokemon to save for a bit and then power level it on higher level stuff if you want a physical wall sometime, but don't urgently need one right now. At the level 35 mark when it evolves is when the fun moves show up all at once anyway, so you're not missing much by just not using it for a bit. You aren't going to believe this. These sewers and the connected caves are the only place in all of Unova where Rattata spawns. Not even a single trainer uses Rattata, not one! And People seriously hate this generation? Why? Wow, when they said Gen 5 was a departure for the series, they weren't kidding. Not gonna lie, Rattata ain't great. I'm sure you've heard it all right early on because it evolves at level 20, outclassed long-term, comparatively low stats. So instead, I'd like to tell you the good. First, it's possible to catch it already knowing Quick Attack, that's kinda good. Guts is a great ability, though requires a bit of investment to find a Flame Orb to get optimal use from it. Through level up, it's entirely normal and dark, but that isn't horrible when it learns stuff like Sucker Punch and Super Fang. Those are some good feathers in its cap. It learns quite a few TMs, though don't bother expecting damage out of the special moves. It's probably gonna do fine at level 20, but be over the hill as it ages. If you want to make it work, I do consider this one of the better appearances of Rattata, even if it's just okay at best. Graymare! Ah, the special wall counterparts are coughing. About time you got here. Ooh. It stinks. In more ways than one. From the top, this is the hardest evolution requirement we have even talked about. Second, it would be cool, except for the fact that its move pool sucks sewage through a straw. That special attack is poop. Attack is all it can rely on for damage, and Gunk Shot is the only physical poison move it can have in the main journey. Yeah, Gunk Shot is physical. I guess pooping can be point blank range or something. Beyond that, it's elemental punches and practically nothing else. Everyone learns those punches if they so much as have even hands, and they do it better. I would also argue that defense-oriented poison types are more commonly helpful than special defense-based ones due to the way the types poison interacts with work. It's rare that I say this, but I would outright recommend passing on this. Sometimes it has Black Sludge in the wild, which is lefties for poison. That's more useful than the Pokemon itself. It's okay. It's okay. No, not Grimer. The fact that I get to praise a poison type after all! Zubat is utterly good! Sorry, I got a little carried away there. First natural word that describes it is fast. Point of fact, it's tied for being the fastest Pokemon in the new Unova Dex. Its stats are pretty all around. It can take a couple of hits and do all right damage. Plus, Poison Flying is a unique type that offers some good resistances and a helpful ground immunity. Those are very reasonable requirements to evolve. If you spend maybe 20 minutes riding around on that shiny new bike, it could easily be a Crobat from just exploring the city before the next gym battle. Just look at those stats. That's by far the strongest Pokemon that's reasonable to obtain right now. For moves, it comes knowing Wing Attack and can get a few interesting physical attacks like Zen Headbutt. There's a TM for U-Turn, and every Zubat should get its hands, footless legs on it. A pretty good Pokemon if given the right tools. We just caught Eevee! Capable of evolving into five different Pokemon. Eevee was born to evolve, so I'll be going into each option as soon as they become available, just covering what we can get right now. Even though Eevee can have 2 different abilities, the evolutions only have 1, so don't worry if yours has run away. I'd recommend evolving your Eevee before level 21, since all of its evolutions get good moves at that specific level that would kinda suck to miss out on for a bit. Espeon, the Mind Crusher! You understand. Its level 21 move is Psybeam. Okay, I got your interest, didn't I? Ready to roll immediately. Steamroll, that is. It learns Psychic leveling up, so it doesn't have to wait for some far-off TM for its best move either. Synchronize is a decently helpful ability too, turns around certain fights. It can get Light Screen or Reflect to increase its defensive stats, plus the Light Clay to make that buff last for 8 turns across your whole team. This makes Espeon a powerful team player while covering its own weaknesses. I don't know what else to say. This is a great Psychic type and is all the things that one loves and expects from it. And hiding in the shade, it's Umbreon. Near unbreakable defense and support moves to help out everyone. I find low-level Umbreon just use Bite every turn. Trust me, I got lots of experience with that in one very specific field. A nice buff Umbreon's got is Foul Play, a dark physical move that uses the foe's own attack stat to do damage. This means Umbreon can do more than just set up statuses and play team support. Synchronize is once again good, but it doesn't learn Reflect or Light Screen like Espeon did. I wouldn't say Umbreon is awful, just don't expect it to move the fight forward too much and play the staller more than anything. Missing from the party are Leafeon and Glaceon. They cannot be obtained anytime in the main story. They always make you wait for Glaceon. Faster than you think it is, Onix is here to surprise! It's a strange mix of speed and a buttload of defense. Every Onix caught in Relic Passage comes knowing Stealth Rock, Rock Tomb, Rage, and Rock Throw. From there, it just learns a bunch of rock moves from leveling up. No worthwhile moves are going to be missed by evolving whenever you feel like it anyway. Speaking of evolution, this one changes a lot when it does. Steelix is a steel ground type and is much slower in return for higher everything else, especially attack. Its style is taking nary a scratch from physical moves, resisting tons of types, and doing back damage pretty well too. It can be expected to learn Iron Head or Iron Tail, Rock Slide, and Gyro Ball. It's alright, but it might not quite fit in as well as other steel types due to being weak against water and not being able to take special damage to save its life. And just being so slow. There are worse choices though. That was not a segue for Woobat! Right away, this is an annoying Pokemon. And I mean that in the best way possible. It has great speed and is all about using that to make the opponent have to roll the dice before they can move. It does this with multiple good flinching and attraction moves at its disposal. Among these is the not quite signature but still rare move of Heart Stamp. But I think you'll ditch it for Air Slash at the first opportunity, especially given the Woobat family is more special based. More notable moves that are new to this adventure for it are Heat Wave and Signal Beam. Definitely recommending those. Since it couldn't just be annoying to its opponent, it has to annoy its trainer too. This is one of those Pokemon that has an actively bad ability 50% of the time. Why do they keep doing this? All it does is piss off the player when they catch one with a great nature, but whoops, actively detrimental ability. Make sure the one caught has Unaware. I softly recommend this Pokemon as is, but know that there are special Woobat coming up in a few areas that are much better and can't potentially have the wrong ability. The pencil sharpener himself, Roggenrola! First thing, it's a train evolution, not doable for everyone. If it can't evolve all the way, it has nothing to lose by being traded ASAP. It's a pure rock type, meaning good offense, some good resistances, lots of weaknesses. Adding to the all or nothing trend, Roggenrola goes all in on physical moves, then also being about as slow as a rock. Finishing off the trend, it's got one of the best abilities in Sturdy, which could definitely save its life if it's at full health. In the way of moves, it just learns a bunch of rock, ground, and normal moves. Through normal means, it can learn Iron Head and Superpower to add to this, but Steel's not super great offensively. Rock beats Ice already. If you're having trouble trading it in current year, then there is a chance to catch Gigalith later on. The trend today is trends. Timber is a trade evolution. Nothing to lose by evolving fully at level 25. This is a one-trick pony, or flesh monster. Starts with rock and fighting moves, uses them adeptly, always has good new moves coming in, and now learns elemental punches. So I'll just say that it was further blessed with one of the best abilities, Guts. Believe it or not, access to the Toxic and Flame Orbs are coming right up. This is simply amazing news for Timber. It might only use a few moves really, really well, but what else do you need? Come on, it's 140 attack at level 25 and a constant passive damage multiplier. It's freaking sick. Drillbur! Hey, another trend. This one also ends in burr. Okay, I'll stop. What isn't reaching is another one of those godlike physical attackers. This evolves into a ground steel type, adding fire, fighting, and ground weaknesses, but a lot of resistances to make up for it. Sand Rush is one of the best abilities in the game, and this is probably the best user of it, making it virtually unmatched in speed during a sandstorm. That alone is reason enough to carry a weather effect on the team with it. You know what you're getting with this one. It's rock, ground, and steel moves. But it does those things so well. Speaking of, patient little Drillburs that wait 2 extra levels and evolve at level 33 instead, get an easy Earthquake. This is a Pokemon that hits hard and takes hits well. Has some definite flaws if it doesn't get going, but if it does between Sand Rush and Swords Dance, it's nearly unstoppable. Its stats, type, and ability just add up to something that's hard to bring down. Sandile! Right away! Main selling point is its abilities. Intimidate is one of the greatest and is rarely seen in Unova. It makes it able to break many other attackers and let it fake being bulky. But that's not to say that it's an easy choice, because there's also Moxie. It's pretty fast and a hard hitter with great offensive typing, plus 2 immunities allowing it to switch in often, either to get a Moxie boost on something it has an advantage against, or getting the Intimidate off multiple times. I personally like Moxie more since it turns into a strong revenge killer that's amazing when it gets rolling, but neither is the wrong choice. Its evolutions come in at good times, not a complaint with this one. Attackers gotta have moves, and this one has no shortage of Dark and Ground moves the whole way, and it can even get Aqua Tail or Superpower. Pretty much every good physical TM is compatible with it eventually too. This is a powerful Pokemon great at filling a hole to the common electric or psychic weakness on a team. I mean, if you chose Oshawott. No, this sounds familiar. Scraggy! Right away! Beware the level 39 evolution! Slap the Eviolite on it, please. Past that, Dark Fighting is a unique type that has good coverage, making it the reason to use it. Both abilities are strong since status conditions come up a lot in single player, and make it not have to worry about burns that would force it to heal or switch out. But Moxie is perfecto too. On the opposite side of how Sandile worked, Scraggy is slow and can take hits well, allowing it to set up more thanks to getting bulk up after a while. Another help to the bulk is Drain Punch, an easy recommendation for a second fighting type move on it. Besides that, it's a slow tank that just keeps coming back for more. If the evolution requirement looks nasty, there's a special Scraggy that's easier to work with coming up in just a little while. Boom, baby! Darumaka! Powerhouse right here! We're looking at 90 attack on a little cup competitor. The evolution requirement is a teensy high, but it's really no issue and totally worth it. It starts with Fire Fang and gets Fire Punch soon, so no worries about it being a good fire physical user. When it evolves, look at those stats. Really, this looks about as aggressive as one with eyebrows on fire should. You're hard-pressed to find any Pokemon that hits harder, and I absolutely recommend it for a fire type if you don't mind it being strictly punchy. I wouldn't switch into it unless the situation is very safe, but it can sometimes take a hit thanks to that high HP offsetting the low defense a little bit. If you want Darumaka to make this game even easier, believe it or not, there is a far better opportunity to catch it in the not-too-distant future. Yeah, it's overpowered. Trubbish! It's a tanky poison type. Isn't he cute? Well, I think so. It's decently fast for those standards and can get random flinches to help bring down walls at outspeeds with Stench for its ability. As an added bonus, Stench lowers wild Pokemon encounter rates if it's in the lead. Evolution's not too much trouble thanks to its role being helped so much by the Eviolite. For the one thing about it that actually is trash, that special attack is awful, and for some ungodly reason, it learns so many good special moves it has no business using. We've seen worse tanks than it for sure. Maybe give the little guy a shot if you threw him in the bin before. I sure ain't gonna do it. Minccino! Ah, the mascot! Minccino is a fast normal type that learns lots of physical moves. I don't recommend the Minccino on Route 4 for a second. Other than 2 to 5 hit moves, the only physical moves benefiting Technician it can even learn are Covet, Knockoff, Pound, Wake Up Slap, and Thief. It's pretty weak in the moves, plus it gets utterly walled by certain things. Shiny Stone is easy to get, but I don't think that really saves it. Skip it for now. There's a much, much better chance to catch Minccino where it'll be far better. Skitty! Ugh, this terrible Pokemon! It's only in white too, thankfully. By far my favorite thing about Skitty is Normalize. Not because the trade of same type attack bonus on a move is worth giving up all type effectiveness, but because there's an undeniable charm to using Thunder Wave on ground types. No stat over 70, evolves with a Moonstone, which must be grinded for in Dust Clouds if you don't want to wait until the 5th gym to get one. It's encountered 1 level too high to no tackle. It starts off with Double Slap. Do yourself a favor and use Frustration or Return. It learns absolutely awful moves leveling up, then doesn't learn anything after evolving. I guess at least there's nothing to miss out on. And Delcatty! Wow, one of these guys wasn't bad enough. The barely evolved Delcatty is only found in Rustling Grass. I can at least give this one points for high stats compared to a lot of other options for the upcoming gym, but it's not the highest stats by a long shot, even speaking about right now. Black 2 gets it a bit nicer. Buneary is the only Pokemon that naturally learns frustration, and there's a good reason for that. It has 0-based happiness and is the hardest happiness evolution to achieve. At least if it's gonna be a jerk, it has the tools to do it in style, I think. It's fast in both life stages, and when it's not using a physical move first, it's laying down effects quickly. Thunder Wave is a good move for it, and besides that, it can baton pass and agility. Sadly, that's about where the good stuff ends. Like I said, it's pretty tough to evolve, and even when it does, it just has pretty mediocre stats aside from speed. Rarely seen in wrestling grass is Lopunny. Teach it return right away. While it has good stats for now, and it's nice to skip the evolution, it's also not a great Pokemon in the long run. The defenses are really weak, and the best thing to look forward to it is Jump Kick, coming up soonish. Petalil is not truly a version exclusive. There's another way of getting it, but for now, only White 2 can find it. This is a speedy plant that hits hard but has next to no variety in moves. A good Petalil ends up with Sleep Powder, so it can set up with Quiver Dance, which is a rare move that raises speed, special attack, and special defense in one use, and then uses Petal Dance when buffed with Own Tempo to stop it from confusing itself, and then healing up with Giga Drain after the fact. I'm sure someone didn't take kindly to me stating a moveset as a fact and want me to acknowledge the other options, but the kicker is that aside from Dream Eater, it only learns grass and normal type moves. Plus, Quiver Dance is too damn good to ignore. That's one of the best moves in the entire game. It uses one moveset, never has anything else worthwhile, but the moveset it has is so good that I consider it just balance at that point. It has to keep Sleep Powder as a Petalil to get this moveset, but it learns Quiver Dance at level 28 as a Lilligant. Evolve it by then. Speaking of, in Rustling Grass, you can find that. Wild Lilligants reek of never getting Sleep Powder when they learn so few moves as it is. Catch it as a Petalil at all costs. The matching pseudo-exclusive for Black 2 is Cottonee, an uncharacteristically fast grass type with Prankster. It's good at making things awkward before the opponent gets to move. The strongest moves to take advantage of that ability are Stun Spore, Taunt, and the unusual Cotton Guard, which raises defense 3 times. Unfortunately, it takes to level 37 to learn Cotton Guard as a Cottonee only, and it's a pain in the rectum to raise it that high without evolving it. New to 2 is Tailwind being easy to get, since that raises speed on your own side of the field for 4 turns, and that gets the priority with Prankster. One move I can suggest if none of that tickles you is Sunny Day for a team that likes that weather. With Prankster, it's guaranteed at the start of a fight, and sun summoning abilities are basically impossible to obtain. Otherwise, if none of that is for you, it just uses a lot of grass and normal moves. Whimsicott is in Rustling Grass. It misses out on Cotton Guard, Charm, and Stun Spore. I could see some wanting it for grass moves because Cotton Guard is so hard to get, but those 3 together are such harsh things to miss. Cottonee is the better catch. Ark! Mandibuzz! It's so fluffy, but I wouldn't hug it. It's a winner of the Snivy Award, a speedy tank. What's nice is the type, able to switch in a lot and wall certain Pokemon. It doesn't hit hard for a fully evolved Pokemon, but it does well enough with the little guys around here that it'll be attacking. Does that mean I'd only recommend it as a temporary spot? Actually, no. This is our first example of a Pokemon that has its hidden ability. They added all sorts of ways of getting these on specific species, and Mandibuzz here has weak armor. That makes it so it can get darn speedy, and it learns Foul Play to do huge amounts of damage in the right situation. A Dark-type move that uses the opponent's attack stat. This makes it able to hold its own in some fights where other walls might not. Besides that, it could probably go into the waiting game with a status move like Toxic. Not bad, just not as impressive as the White 2 Pokemon that you get. It can learn Strength. I'd still recommend Drillbur as an HM user a lot more so. He's mimicking sports fans! How fitting, it's America! Where'd you get a Braviary? You're hacking, aren't you? This normal flying type is anything but normal. These are astoundingly good stats. Like, blast away and outspeed any threat with it being a great while before they'll be able to do anything to you. The only long-term asterisk is that the speed is not all of that fast once the competition starts catching up. Good thing it isn't just attacking, it has pretty good bulk, and the ground and ghost immunities make it doubly good at switching in. This Braviary always has its hidden ability, Defiant. A rare ability that only makes it stronger in the face of Intimidate. Thanks to how the stats happen, bulk up is a strong gain, and it even learns superpower in the near future. Freedom never tasted so good. I love this Braviary for another reason. Not only did it kind of knock Aiden down a few pegs, but it's a good HM user, and it's going to be our HM user. This is why I recommended Drillbur for people that were playing Black 2 but not White 2. This Braviary rules for that purpose, learning Cut, Strength, and a spoiler. But you know what it is. Do you ever remember this thing exists? Me neither. Maractus is a pure grass type, and it means lots of weaknesses that happen to be paired with low speed. Immediately making a Sunsweeper comes to mind with Chlorophyll and the respectable special stat, but it's not even great at that. The move pool is beyond bland, sporting a bunch of grass and normal moves, plus Peck? Okay. Sucker Punch is cool for a slowpoke, but that comes at a high level. It just kinda exists, and that's how I think you already felt before I detailed it. Dwebble. Right away, Bug Rock is pretty bad from a defense standpoint. It only resists normal and poison, probably the two types of damage that you worry about the least. It looks like it would utterly fail as a tank, and I felt that way for a long time too. But its role is not so evident. The inherent bulk is just enough that it can probably take a single hit fine as long as it's not out against a water type, and that's all it needs to do. Dwebble is one of very few Pokemon that learns Shell Smash, which might be the best buffing move ever. It breaks its own defense and special defense by 1, but gains 2 stages of attack, special attack, and speed. Just one use of this makes Dwebble into a lean, mean, sweeping machine. That's good to know because as underwhelming as Bug usually is, Bug and Rock are a pretty harmonious combination for type coverage. At the worst, Dwebble itself is pretty weak and hard to use. There is an opportunity to catch a powerful Crustle later on, and it might be worth waiting if it just isn't working out. Sandshrew! Oh, I wish you were better. You're one of my favorites of the original 150, but you're just so consistently subpar. Well, level 22 to evolve is about as Ununova as they come, and these stats are what I see in your future. Ground is a good type. There's just so many other good ground types around it, and it's so basic in the moves and ability department. I would say it's not that bad for now, but it's seriously outclassed with anything else with high attack and defense. Trapinch! Or Trapinch, didn't mean to say it that way. Time for our first dragon! Appearances can be deceiving. As a Trapinch, it's molasses in stats and in color, but chomps down hard when it gets to move and has strong ground and rock moves right away. Regardless of the ability in the Trapinch stage, it eventually turns into a Dragon ground type with Levitate. Dragon is a weird type, only super effective on other dragons, yet only resisted by Steel. It's more of a reliable backup type when you can't do anything else. I would say it's good, and its type is excellent, though its stats don't soar to the stellar heights that other dragons tend to reach. It doesn't learn Earthquake at any reasonable level, will outright have to wait until the post-game to access it. In terms of offense, it won't be one-shotting a lot, but it does get some all-right moves and it can definitely take a hit. It has one other glaring problem. If it gets hit by ice, it's done. Its defenses are middling and it's quad weak, not gonna be able to take anything halfway decent that's ice. Oh, and it can only know Crunch as a Trapinch, so catch it in this stage. Sigilif! I feel like Psychic Flying should be bad when you think about it, yet whenever I'm fighting it, I never have a move that deals with it. Personal feelings aside, there's no denying a good offense, and that's what Sigilif aims to be. It's pretty much an Espeon with wings, with just a little bit lower stats, but in return, has the capability of learning every TM under the sun. It doesn't even have to use a bunch of attacks either. It's a fast team support with access to Reflect, Light Screen, and Tailwind. Seriously, that move compatibility is simply the best this side of Audino. Sigilif stands out further with the ability Magic Guard. Even better, the Life Orb actually is easily obtainable. This raises damage by 30% at the cost of 10 HP per turn, and yep, it's not an attack, so Magic Guard negates it. Good Pokemon. So this Darmanitan, like I said, is overpowered as heck. If you want just something to destroy everything coming up or you're worried about something, worry no more. It's got you covered. The only thing is, I think that long-term, catching it as a Darumaka might be better. Zen Mode is an ability that activates at 1/2 HP or lower and turns Darmanitan into a tanky fire psychic type. This is more of a cool gimmick than it is a good strategy. The fact that it only gains tank prowess when it's almost knocked out makes it an unreliable tank since it's likely to get hit once, transform, lose all its speed, and then go second the next turn and lose the fight because now it's slower. It makes it almost unable to afford anything less than perfect sweeping when your bog standard normal Darmanitan ain't gonna sweat it. Even worse, Darmanitan is one of the best sluggers in the game and it has to carry special moves to fight it all in Zen Mode, lessening its coverage. I really like the idea of Zen Mode, if only it just transformed from using a move or item or anything else, really. As it is, it's just dead weight holding down a great Pokemon that doesn't need to be that complicated. We got a new evolutionary stone, and as a result, that means a new Eevee evolution is now available to us. Flareon sucks. Okay, fine, here you go. Flareon is an archaic product of oversights. Listing the positives first, yeah. Good ability. It actually makes it easier to do things after being hit by that fire immunity. It enjoys pretty nice special stats and can work as a mixed attacker, and the attack stat is beastly. Unfortunately, it's just nowhere near as good as it could be because the moves are its problem. Its only physical fire moves ever are Fire Fang and Flame Charge, pathetically low power usable by a lowly Tepig. And its moves from other types aren't any better except for Superpower, which, while true to its name, costs attack and defense after using it. Thankfully, its level 21 move is Fire Fang, which is pretty good for the low levels. This might be Flareon's most useful appearance as of Generation 5, which is actually kind of sad. It's just so hard to ignore its problems when all the other Eevee evolutions are so good and you'd be picking this over them. Let's get to meeting it, Yamask! So, our first ghost type. Something you don't see too terribly often. It has 2 natural immunities, high defenses on both fronts, but a sluggish 30 speed that never gets any better. Thankfully, its evolutionary level isn't too bad, and even if it was, this is the only chance to catch this family. It has Nightshade, which is good for the early levels where it's stuck with weak special moves. It soon learns Will-O-Wisp, helping it to take attacks better and buffing the power of Hex. Unfortunately, it gets the ghost-type version of Curse and doesn't have good buffing moves without breeding. Pretty much every Yamask will end up using Pain Split, some ghost move, Will-O-Wisp, and then something else. So the moves are kind of shallow. For the uninitiated, its ability is useless, but makes the opponent's ability useless too when it's struck. It comes together between all of its traits to make something that does one thing, but does it really well. There is... right there, a Thunderstone! This means a new Eevee evolution has just opened up to us. Let's hear about it. Lightning itself, Jolteon! One of the fastest special attackers there is. I'm sure you've used this at some point in life, but for posterity, it's good at its one thing. It uses electric attacks well, being very strong in rain with thunder, gets signal beam, but doesn't have much coverage beyond that. Its level 21 move is Thunder Fang, and while it's physically weak, I'd say the product of its circumstances makes it the easiest out of the evolutions to use. And the only big disappointment is that Thunderbolt is gotten at the very end of this story. Its ability heals it coming in against electric types, but it doesn't do a whole lot to counter them once it's in. This is a good team member to have for one last reason. It's an impressively reliable Thunder Waver thanks to being lightning speed. The final Eevee evolution just opened up to us. Vaporeon is hard to go wrong with. This is a tried and true Pokemon that just always seems to be great no matter what it appears in. Great special bulk and high special attack make it able to do lots of different things. We already have leftovers, a natural fit. Its move of choice for a while is going to be Aurora Beam. Not too bad, I guess. It'll have lots of opportunities to use it, and it gets Surf to come into its own. Though far off, I want to mention a new tool it got. Scald is a priceless move for it that does special water damage, but also burns 30% of the time to offset its low defense. Its ability immunizes water damage, though much like Jolteon, it doesn't do a whole lot to counter them once it's in. This ends up being an ability more useful in double battles as a result. Aside from that, water's a reliable type, only weak against 2 things, taking neutral damage against a lot and resisting quite a bit too. I'd say this is a Pokemon that defines bulky water due to its role all the way back in Red and Blue. Chinchino! I don't recommend this outright. It's not that I don't think you should ever use Chinchino. The Route 16 gene pool just isn't worth catching. Again, save it until later. You know what it does, learns a few weak moves to power up with Technician. Stay tuned for a better Chinchino. Liepard! This is a fast Pokemon that doesn't really know what it wants to do with that speed. 88 offense isn't bad, but not great, and it falls over if you blow on it. Really, the more likely purpose for this is getting off status moves first, but all it learns for the longest time is Torment, Thunder Wave, and Attract. I like U-Turn from the Battle Subway for it, I guess. It's just such a weird Pokemon that goes first but doesn't do enough with that initiative. No way to raise attack outside of the lackluster Hone Claws, and its strongest Dark move before level 43 is 50 power. Yes, TM's included. If you must raise it, tutor Foul Play onto it. That's the only way it'll do great damage. Its abilities suck too. Oh, we meet again! Emolga! There has never been a more annoying Pokemon to fight, and I stand by that. The electric type only benefits flying by adding resistances at no extra cost. The static ability makes foes think twice before just smacking it and seeing what happens, further making it awkward to move against. It's lightning fast, and we have Thunder Wave, which is great because it doesn't learn other paralyzing moves for ages. For attacks, it gets Electro Ball, which is based on difference in speed, perfect for how much of a quickster it is, and how much it scores paralysis. Beyond that, it functions as a team support by using Light Screen or Tailwind at the start of a turn, while freeing up your ally to use Earthquake in doubles. It's mainly a utility Pokemon and an annoyer, because its stats other than speed aren't that great, but it has that type to fall back on. Notably, it learns the uncommon Acrobatics, which offsets the weak attack a bit if you're willing to go with no held item, or maybe a consumable held item that gets used up in the middle of a fight. That, Electro Ball, and 2 status moves are probably what it'll end up with. Really, really fun Pokemon. Gothita, found only in Black 2. Unova is land of bulky psychic types, and this is one of those. Its ability is useless. I wish it had Shadow Tag, but alas. It's also about to learn Psyshock, an 80 power special psychic type move that hits with the opponent's physical defense in the calculation, so it's extremely flexible in being able to do neutral damage well. Foul Play is also a good tutor move that helps out with this. Signal Beam is worth considering too. Really, it takes attacks, does a decent job at attacking back for whatever the opponent's stats don't want you to use. If it needs filler moves, there's lots of great statuses like Thunder Wave and Light Screen, though it's not exactly quick at laying them down. Speaking of not being quick, its time to evolve is a bit long. In all, certainly a capable Pokemon, but it's hard to ignore the competition of Sigilyph, Espeon, and Solosis, found in white only. Solosis. This teeny little guy is the bulky psychic type of its version, blessed with the beautiful magic guard, which, by the way, is just a factually better version of its other ability. It starts with a boatload of special attack. We're talking like Abra levels here. These traits make it a perfect user of the Life Orb from the Battle Subway. In life, it grows into a super slow Pokemon with tons of HP, then Mind Blast when it gets to move. This next move might not be easily accessible, but we are technically able to get Trick Room within the main story, and this is probably the best Trick Room user available. Trick Room reverses the turn order, making it so the slowest moves first, and with 30 speed playing up against the big boys, almost nothing beats it. It's extremely likely to survive one turn so it can set it up, then just blast away the wall. Solosis definitely has its life more in order and knows what it wants to be. Ouch. Gothita lost the most likely to succeed award against a single-celled organism. Roselia! Behold! A rare, fast grass poison type! What? It's not? Okay, that's better, that's better. Evolution is pretty immediate, and just immediate if you've been lucky with the dust clouds. As a Roselia, it's still pretty hardy, able to use the newly buffed Giga Drain and learning Toxic Spikes. Once it's got those, feel free to use the stone at any time unless you want Petal Dance, and I don't. Not that I plan on using it or anything. You can already see what makes it interesting. Nice special stats, nice speed, Natural Cure is the ability that I would pick. With little exception, it uses grass and poison moves, but it's so good at it that do you really need a lot else? Found rarely in rustling grass is Roserade! Wow, these evolutions are getting more immediate by the second. It's so easy to get Roserade outside of this anyway that it's not worth grinding for, but it just happens to show its mask around you. Toxic Spikes is the only big thing it would miss out on from being caught in the wild. Giga Drain can't be taught, it just costs resources. Combee! Bad, bad, bad! No stat over 42 other than speed when it's fully evolved. One ability that does nothing. Bug Flying is such an awful and overdone type, and I will list its entire move pool to you right now. Sweet Scent, Gust, Bug Bite, Bug Buzz, Endeavor, Snore, Tailwind. You might just be the worst Pokemon of all time. If it's a male Combee. This all only applies to male Combees, which every year, many a young trainer sets out into the world and learns the harshness of the real world when they raise one of these and wonder, okay, it's level 40, when does this thing evolve? If it's female, it evolves right away into Vespiquen, or it can be caught in rustling grass. All that said, Bug Flying Wall with no speed is just self-defeating in many ways, even if pressure is nice for stallfests. And it still doesn't learn all that many moves. It's bug moves, flying moves, and power gem. Within that bug type exists 3 signature moves. It summons a bee colony to attack order, a 90 power physical bug move, defend order to increase defense and special defense, and heal order to heal half of its max HP. Attack order is pretty much the only thing that's worthwhile as long as you can use items anyway. Vespiquen is usable and all, has some interesting unique traits, but I wouldn't call it mind-blowing. Swadloon, Swadloon, yeah, yeah. A type with great coverage, but plenty of weaknesses. Knows Bug Buzz and Razor Leaf, so there's no worry about it doing its job as soon as it's caught. Swarm is the ability to get, as it'll probably see it use from it more often. Swadloon herself doesn't get a lot of moves, but that's okay. Between the Bike and Soothe Bell, that sounds like a painful place to be, but I'm trying to say it'll evolve pretty much at will, and it's capable of learning more. And evolve it does into Leavanny, which can be found in the rustling grass around here. The attack and speed are terrific, furthering how strong but fragile this Pokemon is. Mostly uses grass and bug moves with Shadow Claw and sometimes something else to fill in. Every Leavanny ends up following the template, but it's not hard to see why. It just kinda works, and is a prime example of Unova having good bugs. Also, yeah, you can find wild Swadloons but no Whirlipedes. Instead, we move on to the white exclusive, Pinsir! It's a buggo beef. Decent physical bulk, great attack, lots of coverage between it using bug fighting and ground, plus Mold Breaker being a good ability for ground type users. Remember that Mold Breaker only nullifies abilities and not types, so it's able to Earthquake through Levitate but not flying types. Pinsir just goes out there, swords dances, pounds through almost everything, and takes damage well. The worst thing it has going on is its speed. It's just barely too slow to move before most things and ends up taking damage a little more often than it would if it was just a teensy bit faster. But for a bug, you could do a lot worse. Blacktoo gets Heracross! It's a beefo bug! Because it's fighting type. This is basically Pinsir, but with special bulk and a fighting type thrown in as a bonus. Heracross utterly flips the table with its huge attack. Guts is a strong ability that can be activated at will with the Flame Orb from the subway. In just one level, it gets Brick Break and then Close Combat to replace it soon after. Eventually, once Mega Horn shows up, that's both stab moves at 120 power, not to mention the rock moves it can get to combat weaknesses. On the note of weaknesses, speed being just a little too low is, again, the worst thing about this bug. But really, it's a small price to pay for just working with it and sending it out at opportune moments. It wrecks house. Found rarely in rustling grass only, Pansage! I don't know why, but as much as I like these guys in concept, I just have a strong dislike for the elemental monkeys. Pansage evolves with a Leaf Stone, so it can technically go out right away and become a decent grass cannon. A sad move that it misses out on is Crunch, which is not available until the level 40s unless it stays a Pansage. Simisage is a mixed attacker, but with horrible defensive type and frailty to match. I won't influence your decision for a moveset. It learns a lot of attacks on both fronts, and there's multiple viable sets, but Seed Bomb is probably the best it's gonna find there. As an aside, Gluttony's a lame ability outside of Versus, since a lot of good berries are hard to get and are gone for good after one use. It might be hard to slot into an existing roster, and yeah, I like Leavanny better, but it's okay. You're okay. Pansear! My animosity is strongest with you, Pansear. Same stats, same ability, same advice regarding evolution, different type. Let's get in my favorite thing about Pansear. I'm happy to report that thanks to move tutors existing, this means that both Fire Monkey Pokemon learn Gunk Shot. As similar as it is to Simisage, I think it's a bit more lacking. It's just a little weaker due to Flame Burst and Fire Punch being what it's stuck with for ages, but at the end of the long wait, it does get some pretty decent fire moves. Thank Farfetch that it doesn't start with Incinerate and at least gets Flame Burst. It's so laughably weak with Incinerate. I don't really wish I could be nicer to Pansear because I think it's lame. But it is still a shame that Nasty Plot is locked away when it normally is the huge thing that sets it apart from other fire types. Won't be getting it in this lifetime. Panpour! Same stats, same ability, same evolution, same lack of Nasty Plot. Starting move is Scald, an 80 power special water move with a chance to burn. This is amazing and worth keeping it even after it learns higher power moves, which it will in no time at all, by the way. Mainly uses water, ice, and one of the two other good moves it has access to. This is probably overall the best of the mixed monkeys. There aren't very many speedy water types, and while it's not quite as goldy in stats as Vaporeon, its move variety is something to make up for it. Side note, Panpour learns Cut, Surf, Waterfall, and Dive, so it's a great filler HM user for someone who isn't carrying a water type. Skillick Minccino! Now you can know what it is to be the AI! This is the most simple recommendation I can give, and it's the reason why I didn't recommend this family before. Evolving it right away is fine, because it gets 2 to 5 hit moves through other means, and that ability is beastly on it. It's guaranteed to land all 5 hits as long as the first one connects. I expected a pretty darn good Pokemon when I tried this on my own time, but holy Darmanitan! It gave me easy mode instead. It's not an exact translate. No! This is why we save. It's not an exact translation, but if we multiply 25 base power by 5 hits, that's 125 power, 100% accuracy from Bullet Seed, 125 power, 90% accuracy from Rock Blast, and 188 power, 85% accuracy from Tail Slap. It's so good that it makes no sense to carry Return. Yeah. Just carry those 3 moves, plus something else, probably Thunder Wave, and that's it. No need to think of further strategy. It's so easy to use, and that's not even the full extent of the power of this adorable little bringer of Armageddon. Wow, that was actually pretty strong even still. It's not easy to get the Razor Fang or King's Rock, but every hit has an individual flinch chance, meaning an average of 41% flinches every time it uses one of those 3 moves. If not that, then you could go for the Scope Lens to critical on at least one of those hits most of the time. Please use this Pokemon if you haven't. I'm only not using it because I don't want to make you sit through how long it takes the animations to resolve. Liepard with Prankster, and now we're talking. If there was ever an ability Liepard should have, it's this. I still think it's very frail and doesn't hit too hard, but I can't deny the legitimate value in Priority Taunt and Priority Thunder Wave. More than before, another use is Priority Weather moves for weather teams. Summoner abilities of Rain and Sun are a bitch to catch. So if you want a designated Pokemon to guarantee weather to buff the whole team, then this is your lot. Still not a powerful Pokemon, but at least better than it was. Foongus with Regenerator, 3 for 3 on brilliant Pokemon. A sluggish grass poison type with good stats everywhere else. Good bulk and good resistances. And the only Pokemon in the new Unova Dex to learn the move Spore. This is one of, if not the best move in the game, granting 100% accurate sleep. Without a doubt, this move already makes Foongus an attractive choice. But it's a stupidly hard tank to kill beyond that. It could use the newly buffed Giga Drain to keep recovering health. Could gain even more health off of Black Sludge while being a trap for item thieves. But Regenerator, oh, Regenerator. It doesn't need help from items or other team members to just keep being switched into whenever it would be helpful to bring out. It can get multiple go-arounds due to just how strongly based it is on self-healing while doing decent damage. If playing on shift battles, I would dare to say you won't find a better grass type. Careful who you call an uncreative design in middle school. Combee with Hustle! Only female Combees evolve. If it can evolve, it turns into unnerved, disabling enemy berries. Pressure is a lot more useful. Due to Combee's unorthodox method of evolution, I want to make you aware that hidden grotto Pokemon have different gender ratios. This is because through breeding, hidden abilities are always passed down by the mother, and they don't want to make getting more of them too easy. For the most part, Pokemon with 50% female gender ratios become 30%, 75% female becomes 60%, then there's a select few with 2 good abilities who become 10% as an exception to all rules. And then Combee is the greatest exception of all, being female only 5% of the time with its hidden ability. You're not gonna be able to find this one, sorry. Leavanny with Overcoat, trading an attack power ability for immunity to Sandstorm and Hail. Not helpful often enough to justify the trade-off, and Leavanny is very easy to get without catching it so rarely in a hidden grotto. Pinsir with Moxie! It's the beef that keeps on beefing! Moxie is a damn great ability for Pinsir. You can send out Pinsir into a situation that favors it, Swords Dance once, and get a +3 attack after getting an easy knockout. You can send it out against a weakened enemy at outspeeds and take a free +1 for no damage in return. Mold Breaker is still good, but you might want Moxie more. Same thing with Heracross. It's the same great Pokemon, you might just prefer this ability for. It's so similar to Pinsir that pretty much everything about that one applies here. Just remember, Pinsir in white version, Heracross in black. Ducklet is a Pokemon unique to Driftveil Drawbridge. This is one of those Pokemon that's good at high levels, but it's a road getting there. When fully evolved, it has no stat over 100, and its main gimmick is becoming a monster in rain, thanks to the rare move Hurricane and the buff to its water moves. It doesn't learn Hurricane until level 55 though, so it doesn't get mileage out of this to justify rain dancing. Because of this, it'll be using water attacks together with Air Slash and pretty much nothing else because its move pool is beyond shallow. Aside from normal water and flying, the only attacking move it ever learns is Ice Beam. Its typing is damn good, only weak to rock and electric. But unless that type fits into your team very well, Simipour is pretty much the objectively better water type in every single possible way as of this point in the adventure. And it's not even the best water type in the decks, there's plenty of options. Ducklet is unremarkable inside and out. Zorua. This is the only Zorua. Has 30 for every IV, is about to evolve, gets boosted experience, and always has a hasty nature. Even if it had competition, that's a natural pick for anyone who wants a Zorua or even just a dark type attacker. Immediately, the Zorua family is unique due to their ability Illusion. This makes them visually identical to the 6th Pokemon in the party until struck for some damage once, and the AI usually falls for it. If you have a poison type, absolutely consider this for your team. Between wanting them to hit Zorua with a Psychic, but not hit it with Fighting or Bug, it has almost airtight synergy. Unfortunately, this is the generation that introduced Team Preview, so Zorua's ability is knocked down a few pegs in verses. In terms of stats, it looks like a mixed attacker, but it's really more special due to not learning very many good physical moves. It's a lot better off going for special only and using Foul Play for physical damage. If it has a specific weakness that's not obvious, it's priority moves. Puny defenses and immediately blown cover is the last thing it wants. Zorua's pretty great though. I'm glad it graduated from being an event Pokemon. Well, this hidden grotto has got 2 new Pokemon in it. They are Dunsparce with Rattled. Why, your bulk isn't downright awful, but come on! Serene Grace with your move pool is the whole reason I like you, and I'm the only person who does. Woobat was simple. This does one thing and one thing only. Makes Calm Mind sharply raise both special attack and special defense. With its blistering speed, it will get to buff and can often take special hits after it. This ability places its strength far more within your control over Klutz or Unaware. This is a good ability for Woobat. Fungus is a guaranteed Pokemon on this route in the form of a fake item. We've already covered it back at a Hidden Grotto. This is just for the normal abilities, which you don't want. You really should have Regenerator. That face is just here to distract you from the hooves about to connect with your face! Deerling is a physical sweeper with some unique traits to separate itself from other grass types. It has an immunity to ghost thanks to its strange type, and an immunity to grass if it has Sap Sipper, which it certainly should have. Despite these two immunities, it's got a bevy of weaknesses and is very frail if it doesn't get a hit in. It's got a signature move, Horn Leech, a 75 power, 100% accurate move that absorbs half the damage done. It's a good move, a great move even. It also gets the fairly uncommon Nature Power, which turns into a normal type version of Earthquake when used in versus battles or battle facilities. It has good attacks and it potentially starts out knowing Jump Kick. Its type just might not work when trying to fit it into an existing team, but when it works, it works. Indeed, this Deerling is special, having its hidden ability and always being found at level 30. Sap Sipper is too good of an ability to pass on for Deerling. I just can't recommend this. It equates to more frequent special drops from Energy Ball and Shadow Ball, two moves that you wouldn't play. Deerling just doesn't have the moves for this ability. More common in white too is Carablast. That's how it sounds with its mouth like that. Here's something that does a complete 180. It's a baby bug type sweeper that swaps majors and grows up to be a bug steel tank. This is because it trades bodies with Shelmet, only evolving when traded with each other. That's not even the weirdest part. This thing learns Peck at level 1. But okay, on to actually useful information. I just thought that was funny. Its stats explode when it evolves, which it can do so at any time, and Bug Steel is one of the best defensive types there is. Iron Head is teachable from the Move Tutor and Drift Veil, and X Scissor is an easily gotten move for that bug type. It's also likely to get a buff from Swarm due to being just so tanky. It can stand up to a lot, dish out a lot of damage, and resist so many things. Shelmet! Finally, both are obtainable on the same route, so you can swap with your friend who's playing along. This pure bug type, not steel type, is rather tanky, especially with the Eviolite. And just like Carablast, it flips completely on its head when it evolves. Could be good if you just need a defensive Pokemon for right now and want a better tank later. Its evolved form, Excelgor, is one of the most brisk-paced Pokemon there is. It might look pretty frail and, well, yes, it can be, but it's not as bad as it seems. Bug offers it some welcome resistances to certain things, and with 80 HP, it could survive a hit when you make good calls. It's mostly a special attacker that uses Bug Buzz and Giga Drain. It also learns U-Turn and has an okay attack stat to use it with, and with a speed stat like that, it'll always get to switch out for free. This is a Pokemon that makes a fantastic lead. It'll bait the opponent into attacking it because it looks so weak. You could use Protect if you're not sure what to expect to scout it out first and see if they have a move that it fears. And then you're practically guaranteed to outspeed next turn with a solid special hit if it looks good, or a U-turn if it looks bad. Center the team around having a bug lead and it'll perform well. It has two abilities that are quite rare, but are situational in use. Sticky Hold is my favorite choice, but it's seldom useful outside of competitive. If you can trade it right away, it's a great attacker for our upcoming gym challenge. Marill! A water type in a ground area. It evolves in one level. Woohoo, right? Well, not overly. What's frustrating is that all of its water type moves right now are special and thus don't do half as much damage as they could be. For physical attacks, it can get Ice Punch from the Move Tutor and Brick Break in the Battle Subway. If you've got those currencies, it might do well for a while. If you're poor, it's just kind of weak offensively, but at least can take hits to make up for its subpar damage. I don't want to make it sound so negative. It will pick up physical moves as they open up to it. It's just underwhelming when it seems like it would be the answer to the upcoming gym. Rarely in Rustling Grass is its evolved form, Azurill. No difference here, just a little stronger one level early if it happens to show up. Tranquill! You make me sad. Okay, being serious, for as disappointing as this thing's stats and move pool play off of one another, it does come with some alright moves if caught here. It comes being able to learn Air Cutter, Roost, Detect, and Taunt, which I'd say are most of its best moves. Ouch, that's kinda sad. Super Luck plays off Air Cutter well, helping it score lots of criticals. It's close to evolving too, so I guess that's nice. It's just kind of a lame bird that learns a disappointingly small number of moves. It's best off using support moves with that speed. With move tutors, it can get Tailwind and Heat Wave as interesting new options, but both are a long, long ways away and not any reason to catch it right now. Rarely and only in non-winter months is Unpheasant. Higher stats, but no better moves. Seriously, all it can learn that Tranquill can't is Hyper Beam and Giga Impact, neither of which are obtainable for eons, even if you were playing on shift battles to justify them. But wait, as much as I'm making it sound like it's the worst Pokemon on this route, it's Cast Form! Wow, you lose! Cast Form is found rarely in Rustling Grass. It has no stat over 70, an ability that does nothing besides change its type to match the weather, and it doesn't even get a Sandstorm form, which might have actually been kind of useful. Hail sucks. So that leaves it with Rain and Sun as the only good options. And even then, why not just use anything else that's buffed by that weather? Most Pokemon benefit from weather, you know? This is purely a novelty and not unique or special. For notable moves, it comes with Water Gun, Ember, and Powder Snow. You're killing me, man! It does get Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, and Shadow Ball, but every one of those TMs are near the end of the adventure. If you're gonna use this, it's Weather Ball all the way. This is a 50 power move that doubles to 100 power if there's weather and changes its type to match that weather. Then that in turn is buffed by the weather and by a same type attack bonus. This move actually gets a rock type if there's a sandstorm, even though Cast Form doesn't. Just how are you this fundamentally sad? Well, hey, a good tanky rock type. Nosepass always comes knowing Rock Slide. Will evolve in one level inside the very place it's caught in and learn several electric moves. When it evolves, it becomes Rock Steel, and let's be real, you're gonna grind that one level right now if it means instantly evolving and being bestowed these stats. So let's talk about it as though it's a Probopass. That type means quad weaknesses to ground and fighting, a normal weakness to water, and resistances to a lot of freaking stuff. It's too bad that it has to be so weak to ground right now, but that type can be good in plenty of other legitimate circumstances. It does get Magnet Rise, but are you really gonna be able to make good use of that with how slow it is? Probably not. Nosepass can get Power Gem, and this is a rare case where that should replace Rock Slide due to how its stats come out. As for abilities, Sturdy is nice. Probopass just so happens to be immune to several ways Sturdy can get screwed over, like sandstorms and poison. Magnapole isn't without its merits, though. It's an excellent steel killer, even if it doesn't have a type advantage because they just can't do much to it. Don't discount debuffs, Daryl. It gets debuffs like Thunderwave and Toxic, which are both good picks for something so tanky as this. Joltik, but you're so tiny. Right away, Bug Electric is pretty good, actually. Offensively, those types give one another a lot more coverage without overlap. Defensively, Bug loses its ground resistance, but also neutralizes a would-be weakness to flying. So it's only weak against rock and fire. Ability-wise, Compound Eyes, I did not mean for that to rhyme, is the superior option all the way. The big boon is Thunder going from 70% accuracy to 91. And it can expect to learn this after not much time. A good Thunder with 108 speed, and oh, it's a force to be reckoned with. Speaking of moves, it comes knowing Bug Bite and its signature move, Electro Web. This is a 55 power, 95% accurate special electric move that lowers the target's speed and affects adjacent targets too. It's an alright move for starting out, but not anything special long term. It'll probably be forgotten after long. By the end of the journey, it gets Bug Buzz and Giga Drain for coverage options. It's a lightning fast special attacker with good type coverage. Pretty decent. Ferocity! If you're looking for a wall, we got a spiked wall. It's rare that a grass type is a strong wall, but this one works out to have plenty of resistances. Steel immunizes poison, grass neutralizes ground, and it's just a great type that only has to really watch out for fire. Its stats could not be better. It has one of the highest defense stats ever, backed up by almost as high special defense and good HP. Its main drawback is speed. It will likely go its whole career without ever going first in a battle. Its ability is a near unique effect that plays off of this well, able to make it justify switching in, or the ability is just an invisible helper where you'll take a hit, the enemy will get hurt, and even though you wouldn't have one-shot them normally, you're none the wiser because you did, and that one little bit of damage made the difference. For moves, it's one of the best users of Gyro Ball. Upon evolving, it can pair that Gyro Ball with Curse to cause one hell of a combo where it willingly drops its speed to raise attack and defense. You're at +1 attack, and if your opponent's current speed is 6 times your own, which is very easy to do, Gyro Ball maxes out with 150 base power. It even gets strong support moves like Thunder Wave, Spike, Stealth Rock, or it can heal off damage with Leech Seed. It learns a ton of special moves, don't use them. It's pointless when it's got so many other good options. We're gonna throw you in the Klink. Definitely a weird Pokemon, but you knew that just from looking at it. Klink does a little bit of everything. It has good defense, a steel type to back that up, and all around good stats. It's fast for how tanky it is, and it can attack on either front. When it comes to moves, Klink has 2 signature moves. One for each gear, I guess. Gear Grind, a 50 power 2-hit move, which, as a reminder, rolls for criticals on both hits. This is better than your average Seal move due to that power and same type attack bonus. Plus, it knows it right from the start. And believe it or not, the other one is even better, Shift Gear. It won't have this for a long time, but it raises speed twice and attack once. Once it's elevated to a high enough level, it can't help but become a dedicated physical attacker. I need to point out that this is one of the very few Pokemon to have its TM compatibility changed in Black 2 and White 2. It now has access to Wild Charge, and that's a must-have for better type coverage. It's left with just Steel and Electric for good attack, so reserve slot number 4 for a status move or return. As for the last thing, its ability is useless. Tynamo. Right away, Tynamo is Levitate Electric. It has no weakness. Tynamo itself is a freaking joke though. Teeny tiny stats, learns no moves after capture other than Magnet Rise. When it's already immune to ground. Who'd approved this? If I ever wanted to prank someone with a weak Pokemon that only knows one useless move, that would be my choice. It's such a laughably weak team member while it's in this base form that Tynamo will quickly become one of your least favorite Pokemon should you choose it. When it evolves, it gets a lot better. You'll have Thunderstones and it'll spend 0 battles as the Electric, so why did they bother making a middle stage for it at all? Anyway, once it finally evolves, this is a pretty good Pokemon, if a bit slow for Electric standards. It can learn Flamethrower and Giga Drain, Super Fang, U-Turn, Volt Switch, and Super Power too. This is very much a time capsule Pokemon. It's nothing for so long, but then when it opens up, it's got pretty good bulk, no weaknesses to take a few hits every battle with good offense. I cannot overstate how frustrating it is to use before that. Count on it being experience share trash and use it for the long term and not because you urgently need an electric type. Boldore is in an awkward spot. It's pure rock, a slow Pokemon when they have a large number of weaknesses you'll be running into all the time. Oh hey look, Boldore right on cue. It gets a saving throw thanks to its high attack and sturdy, so it's not useless, just not as good as it could be. It's a trade evolution and gets much better stats if that's a possibility. If you can't trade it, it can use Eviolite to emulate its evolved bulk, but it sucks out loud to miss out on 135 attacks, so I would not recommend it. Trade it if you're going to use it. It misses no important moves by just evolving right away. Just physically attacking, physically defensive, and a rock type. You've seen it before. Raticate! This is a Pokemon with some very strong points and some very weak points. Guts is an astounding ability, and you'll be able to get either a Toxic Orb or Flame Orb for free to make this ability work passively and block unwanted incoming statuses. Complementing this is good speed and pretty good attack. It gets Swords Dance immediately from a Heart Scale, so it lucked out being in the Move Reminder's hometown. It even comes knowing Sucker Punch, an 80 power priority Dark type move that activates if the enemy is about to attack. It can learn U-Turn, Zen Headbutt, and Wild Charge even. There's more type coverage here than the usual Raticate fare due to the very specific TMs that are available. Unfortunately, I would say that Raticate is still outclassed by other users of Guts around here, and it hardly ever gets to switch in due to its normal type and flimsy bones. Hey look, a better Guts Pokemon, Girder! Let's talk about the bat first. It requires trading. If you can use this, it's a hammer, slamming down with rock and fighting moves. And what's even better is the Elemental Punches tutor is right here in Driftvale City. 140 attack and type coverage that good? What more could you ask for? It might be slow, but it can take a few hits. Just pick its fights well. That isn't to say that its other ability isn't useful though. 1.3 times damage in return for no secondary effects. This makes it one of the strongest Elemental Punch users, makes Drain Punch a solid option, and Superpower is just that solid without any downsides. The only real disappointing miss is that Mach Punch is an egg move with no way to breed during the main journey. Overall, a solid Pokemon that takes hits and smashes through anything. Sand/Ship Unleash, Psyduck, Arcanine, Eevee, Exeggutor, Kaboot, Top, Zapdos. I gotta stop before, otherwise I'll be here all day. Ground's a good type. Sand Rush is good if the team can support that ability. Unfortunately, without its ability, it's pretty slow and struggles against special users. We've got Dig for a main move on it already that's good. What's a shame is that the TM for Earthquake and Rock Slide are both tucked away in post-game, so it has to wait to learn Earthquake by level up and has to rely on Rock Tomb otherwise. It majorly got the shaft with the move tutors too. Just learning junk from them with the only decent move being Super Fang. But even then, it's kind of slow and unreliable to be counting on 2-hit strats. It's just a bit weak compared to other ground types. Can rarely hold the Quick Claw though. Krokorok! 2 strong abilities, both of which would be a main grace. Intimidate is rare in Unova and one of the best abilities of all time. Moxie is similarly uncommon while being more exciting at times. It hits hard, moves fast, has good type coverage, and 2 good stabs. The main strategy here is to have it switch in against its many resistances and immunities, score an easy win, and start charging up that attack with Moxie. It won't have any trouble keeping up at its current evolutionary level, and it evolves just as it would start falling behind. I feel like I'm just repeating myself with Sandile. You did good, you got the scholarship, buddy. It's a nice, easy addition to basically any team. You probably have a hole against at least one of the types it deals with. Volcarona! This Pokemon, oh boy, this Pokemon sucks out loud. I'm serious, it seems like a nice Pokemon, and I'm sure you're familiar with how strong it is competitively, but it's all a trap because it's level 35, and it has no moves to use its extreme potential with. Its starting fire move is Fire Spin. Spin! And there's just nothing until around the 7 badge mark when it can finally get Fire Blast. Its level up moves are spread out every 10 levels. The moves it's famous for are inadvisable because of this. Quiver Dance is one of the best buffing moves. It's Volcarona's bread and butter, and it's at level 59! It didn't even do well with the move tutors. Heat Wave's not accessible for ages, and the best bug move it gets into level 70 is Signal Beam from the Driftveil tutor. And do you really want to use your limited red scales on Signal Beam? Only a moron would do that. It'll likely just rely on possibly Signal Beam and likely just Giga Drain for the whole road. Weirdly, so much of what it learns during the journey is physical, and it shouldn't even try. Baltoy came to play when he heard all the other bulky psychic types were around here, sporting good defenses and immunity to ground and electric. Comes knowing Psybeam and gets psychic soon enough. Its stats suck pretty bad until it evolves, but I guess it's not Tynamo levels of bad stats and moves, so it'll win some fights before then, I'm sure. On the note of its evolution, it is perfectly balanced out as a mixed attacker, which would open the door for Earthquake if it learned it in a reasonable amount of time, but it doesn't. Baltoy ends up attacking with Special more often than not. With it being such an all-arounder, it could be a good idea to toss a status move on it. If it doesn't have much to contribute in the current fight, it can just use those moves to raise up everyone else. If you've never tried a team member dedicated to indirect means of aiding the larger group, this would be a pretty good way to learn it. Basculin, the first Pokemon with 3 regular abilities. This Pokemon is found in almost all caves and above ground water in a wide variety of levels. Relic Passage is the best place to catch it right away, with it showing up from levels 10 all the way up to 30. If playing Black 2, you get red stripes with the access to Reckless while surfing normally, with the blue stripes getting Rock Head and only happening in rippling water. In White 2, it's flipped, with blue stripes normally and red stripes in rippling water. Even though I've spent so much time talking about ability variants, all of this is pretty much moot because adaptability is by far the strongest of the 3 abilities and both forms have it. It's a fast and physical fighter, and with that ability, it can outdamage water Pokemon with higher stats such as Samurott. As good as its Aqua Jet is, I gotta dock a few points for Aqua Tail being its main move because I don't like relying on 90% accuracy all the time. Basculin's weak point is poor type coverage, causing it to get walled a lot. It's water, crunch, and some normal move no matter what for such a long time, and anyone can see how difficult that would be to work with. I'd say this fits in on teams that already have a strategy down and just need a strong priority move or a water attacker. Muck is as bad as it smells. It's a special tank and nothing more. That attack stat is nice, but it learns absolutely nothing worthwhile. Poison Jab, Elemental Punches, and Dig. It's better to just use something else because Poison only beats Grass, and you already have something that can learn Punches, promise. Even when dedicated wholly to taking shots, its status moves are the definition of basic, and it isn't worth considering over anything else. You know it's bad when you're outclassed by a pile of trash. Buizel, an uncharacteristically zippy water type. It breaks the mold further by being physical based. However, its moves it learns are all overwhelmingly special based. It's not horrible at using them, but it is a bit lacking. Aqua Tail and Aqua Jet are learnable, as are Ice Beam and Ice Punch. Besides that, Brick Break? I'd say to seriously consider Return for another move, but if it's a speedy guy with water and ice moves you're after, here you are. The ability ends up being kinda useless because it's so fast anyway and learns Aqua Jet, so there aren't a ton of situations where it would make sense to spend a turn setting that up. Between the ripples is Floatzel at a similar level. Good luck actually getting a ripple to appear below the waterfall. Frillish! This cute, cuddly killer of children has the unique type of Water and Ghost. Good Pokemon, kind of a sorry time for it to come up because it maxes out at level 15. Better off catching this one later on. Thankfully, it's got strong water moves due to Surf and Scald, and it will get Shadow Ball and Ominous Wind with a little more time. Beyond that, it's got a steady stream of good moves like Dark Pulse, Psychic, Ice Beam, and most notably, it can expect to find Will-O-Wisp very soon. This is a tank with amazing special resilience and decent physical defense, not to be ignored either. If we're talking about battle facilities, it shines ever brighter there, thanks to both Recover and Water Absorb. Regardless of where it's used, Water Absorb is amazing for set battles, giving the tank a second wind in the same fight. Between these recovery options and high stats, you can just burn the muscly opponents if at all possible to utterly shut them down. I wouldn't even call Curse Body a poor option either. There's multiple sets that can work wonders for it. Now, it sounds like I'm missing something big here, and a lot of my praise is reserved for the evolution when it doesn't get that until level 40. This would be a pretty bad point against it, but Jellicent is found rarely in rippling grass anywhere where you can find Frillish. You can just start with this without missing out on a single move. It's a bit of a hunt, but you will be rewarded. Aren't strong rare Pokemon grand? Man, and in the middle of such a positive note too. Okay, so Mega Love Disc here is a tanky healer. This is definitely a support player thanks to moves like Wish, Healing Wish, Wide Guard, Helping Hand, and Protect. And that's just from level up. This is a Pokemon meant for double and triple battles where it can heal and power up teammates, whereas in singles, it just Toxic Stalls and uses Wish to heal. To help it in its mission, just look at that HP. It sports some of the strongest physical bulk in Unova. While Alomomola does learn a lot of strong attacks, most of them are special and just at that special stat. It only has talent at using Aqua Jet, Wake Up Slap, Return, and Waterfall. While not outright bad, you can see how it's kinda weak. I used to think this was outright garbage in singles, but I actually think it's a little underrated now if you want a utility, but only that. Marill with Sap Sipper sounds pretty cool. Adds a grass immunity and even powers up when hit by it. Situationally useful in fights where they're packing some grass, but it's better to have huge power to just have doubled physical damage all the time. Azurill's attack stat is quite low without any buffs. Herdier with Scrappy. Come on. It has Intimidate and Sand Rush for its normal abilities, and you're gonna try selling me on hitting a ghost type with Return? It learns Crunch! Why would you do this? Nose Pass with Sand Force. I could see this being somewhat attractive to those playing on shift battles where Sturdy doesn't come in handy as much. But really, I'd just stick with Sturdy. Nose Pass with this ability will never be female. Strange how they didn't want to make this one easy to obtain. Aron! Right away, gonna evolve in like 2 levels, so it's not much work to train. Aron and its evolved form sport mammoth attack, defense, and HP. It hits for a lot while being resilient. At times, Rock Steel means a lot of resistances, but it's exploitable by fighting in ground, while also showing vulnerable combination of special defense and speed. It's good in the right battles, but useless in others. Pick Sturdy so it can land one hit against its tormentors. It can learn lots of strong steel moves, but steel attacks suck. It's mostly helpful with Rock Slide, Bulldoze, and some elemental punches once it's fully grown. Unfortunately, Earthquake and Heavy Slam just take too darn long to learn for me to recommend it primarily for those moves. Not a bad Pokemon, just not a powerhouse, which it could have been. The real Pokemon you've been waiting for. Our first dragon. Axew! Normally, these baby dragons are weak and hard to raise for a great payoff later on, but not so here. Axew itself is at least kinda strong and shouldn't fall considerably behind. This thing rocks the house with legendary levels of attack for those who see it through, so it's the best of both worlds. But it's truly made such a force by its speed and having so many power moves. It's got Dragon Dance, Dragon Claw, Superpower, and Aqua Tail, all within reach of those stubby little arms. It can know Swords Dance right off the bat if that TM is bought from a battle facility, otherwise it gets that at a high level. Similarly, Outrage is the move that made it famous, and it's at just too high of a level for anyone other than completionists. This Pokemon is a physical blast in spite of missing out on those moves. And if you got a spot for a dragon that punches people with its face, then approve it for the job. Gigalith. Guaranteed to have a perfect 31 IV in attack and 20 in all others, always adamant nature. I've really got to stop talking about you because it's the exact same every time. It's a pure rock type, has a lot of common weaknesses, it's really slow, but has Sturdy to make it not totally useless, and is a claw hammer if it gets to attack. You know the drill. It always joins at the same level and will always know Rock Slide. All in all, it's an alright rock type, and it would be a good last minute pickup for the gym battle ahead. Oh, this is awkward. First off, yeah, Zebstrika, not Zeebstrika. I don't like it. Okay, so Zebstrika is a pure electric type, easy to work with. Both of its abilities offer an immunity to electric. Your choice if you want more speed or more power. Its speed is already blazing, so I think the choice is easy. See, personal feelings aside, Zebstrika's physical move pool is sad. Buffing its special attack to make up for it covers that nicely. Unfortunately, as good as that ability may be, it doesn't have the easiest time countering electric types once it gets the buff. It mainly uses electric moves, and that's really about it. Its physical moves aside from Wild Charge all tend to be pretty weak. In fact, if we don't count normal and electric, it has nothing over 65 power except bounce. Its strong special moves are just not available for a long, long time. Zebstrika is potentially good under the right circumstances, but just kinda weak for how good its stats look at first glance. It's a P-Dove in a zebra's body. It takes a pretty glaring electric weakness for this to work, and even then, you're gonna pick a ground type. Seviper! As a fan of poison types, what are you? You're slow, have utterly flat defenses, and high mixed offense. Yeah, I don't get it. Or dig it, in your case. The poison type doesn't help it do that much damage, and it only helps by giving it several resistances so it doesn't instantly lose. Shedskin can have situational use, but often means nothing because it's only a 33% chance of activating at all. So luck-based ability, not a helpful type, weird stats for what it is, so it's gotta have a lot of moves, right? Well, it's a bunch of poison and normal moves leveling up. But notably, Night Slash and X Scissor can be taught, and eventually there's Flamethrower. I kinda like Giga Drain too when it's so slow and flimsy. It's not as good as other users of these moves, but those moves are pretty unusual to other poisonous creatures. It's at least unique. In the Hidden Grottos, the Viper can have Infiltrator. Yeah, no. The last one was situational, this one's even more situational. Could aid in its mission to do damage, but that's about all. Zangoose is a powerful normal type sweeper with an immunity to the poison its rival brings. Compared to other physical boys, Zangoose has a little less than ideal speed and a stab that doesn't mean much, but it learns a lot of different moves like a normal type would have you expect. For coverage, it learns bug and fighting moves as well as Aerial Ace, Shadow Claw, Punches, Rock Slide, and Swords Dance. These Zangoose always come knowing False Swipe, which can be good for making it easy to catch certain difficult Pokemon. The wide array of moves and simple typing make it easy to slot into an existing team. Bizarrely, this is one of the best Pokemon to use Quick Attack. I would recommend keeping this move on for life. Its speed leaves a bit to be desired, and it uses that move pretty well when it just needs to do chip damage thanks to it getting the same type attack bonus. Zangoose and Hidden Grottos can have Toxic Boost, the second hidden ability I have strongly recommended. Finally, right? Well, kinda. In White 2, the Toxic Orb is so rare that it might as well require BP to purchase. In Black 2, you'll find one for free on the ground eventually. If it's realistic to get the Toxic Orb, then use it and keep Zangoose poisoned all the time for free big damage. It's basically a stronger Life Orb. If using Toxic Boost, learn Facade. It effectively has 140 base power, then Toxic Boost raises that to approximately 210. Same type attack bonus makes it effectively 375. Not bad for a neutral move. Watchog! For a serious team member, just no. No stat over 85, a naked move pool, 2 bad abilities. This thing is so bad, you'll be sticking filler moves into any set for it. It did get some new moves from the tutors like Punches, Gunk Shot, and Zen Headbutt, so I guess it's a little better off than it seems. But really, it's just meant for catching other Pokemon. Illuminate, Hypnosis, Super Fang. Here's an obscure change because there's so little to say about it. Watchog is the only Pokemon to get any sort of stat change from 1 to 2. It gives 2 attack effort values when beaten instead of 1. All right. Watchog can have Analytic. Best ability on a bad Pokemon, but can you truly call that a compliment? Found only in winter, it's Cubchoo! Cubchoo has a few strengths that are badly gimped. It's slow, it has a horrible type, but it can take a hit or two thanks to decent stats. I'd say it comes out to being alright at smashing through defensive Pokemon with that high attack stat. Hail is a bad weather effect to power these clones of good Sandstorm abilities. It's about to evolve and it gets the great Icicle Crash upon doing so. Through Heart Scales, Beartic learns Aqua Jet and Superpower. Cubchoo is a little hard to recommend, but as I've learned, it isn't impossible to use. I can actually recommend Cubchoo for an odd reason. It's a rock-solid HM user. Beartic is even better, able to learn Cut, Surf, Strength, and Spoilers. Cubchoo can have Rattled in Hidden Grottos. If you can find it, this is the Cubchoo to use. When it evolves, this turns into Swift Swim. Rain is a far more useful weather effect and a lot more realistic to have a whole team that functions around it. Beartic functions pretty well in rain, turning into a sweeper and losing its fire weakness. Litwick! First off, the higher the floor, the higher the level of the wild Pokemon. You get some good levels for just waiting 5 short floors. Litwick doesn't start out with much. It's one of the slowest Pokemon and is ailed by so many weaknesses, but falls back on immunities to normal, fighting, and fire with its ability. It starts out with Flame Burst for some good damage when it actually gets to go, and it has Will-O-Wisp too. This is a rough Pokemon to raise, not evolving for a while and being so weak. But that's enough for the weak-ass flames before it's done growing. You will be rewarded with an incredible nuke of a Pokemon for making it through the terrible twos. Aside from our Energy Ball TM, it doesn't learn much besides Ghost and Fire, but that's still strong. Has neutral damage against basically everything. Flash Fire makes it a breaker of any special defense, but it has pretty middling stats everywhere else, with again, a lot of weaknesses. I can't really call this a sweeper as much as it is a wall breaker. It's some of the most intense damage there is, but definitely has downsides to be mindful of in the defense and speed. When used just right, it will burn anything away. Golbat! Happiness evolution? No problem. Should be pretty easy to land the Crobat. This thing will soar through the air at supersonic speeds. Golbat makes a good lead, able to get out a move against pretty much anything, and is easy to switch back into later due to having so many defensive benefits to that type. Furthering this use, it learns U-turn for a nice switch whenever trouble finds it. It'll need BP to purchase that TM though, so be warned. I wouldn't call Golbat's daddy frail either. It's okay at pretty much everything and has the slight benefit of never flinching. This is one of the few Pokemon that can learn Crobat X. If it's willing to give up the held item, that can be a great option. TMs and move tutors bring Super Fang, Shadow Ball, Zen Headbutt, and even Heat Wave. Totaling it all, Golbat is a Pokemon that can make good use of its intense speed and has a lot of decent traits even if it's not overpowered. LGM, another slow, bulky psychic type that plays with the conventions. Pre-evolved, its stats are simply sucky and evolves at a high level. Its abilities are only very situational, telepathy only ever does anything in doubles and triples, while synchronize requires them to use a status in the first place. I guess it's at least slow, so it'll be getting hit by those statuses. That's another thing. Its bulk ain't really that bulky. It'll take a solid hit, but then it's likely out of gas the second turn when it's so slow. It's not really able to ever make comebacks if it's at a disadvantage unless Trick Room is in effect, which may be worth teaching it, it's just another step. Every level up move is normal or psychic. It relies on TMs and tutors to be able to do anything else. The move department is okay and all, it's not unusable, far from it. It just struggles to stand out when there's so many good psychics already. Skarmory takes flight, soaring above the physical tanks of all sizes and sorts. Steel Flying is a brilliant type, unique only to it, and weak to fire and electric alone, complete with an immunity to ground. Even when it runs into its weaknesses, it's guaranteed to survive a hit at full HP thanks to Sturdy and has good speed for what it is. The Skarmory on Reversal Mountain always knows Steel Wing, which is a pretty okay attacking move. Its flying moves are somewhat of a mess. Aerial Ace is available to us already, but its only better flying move than that is Fly. Some notable moves outside of that slop are X-Scissor and Rock Slide. It's not without useful attacks, but it probably would be best off running Toxic Stalling or something of that nature. It's also got Roost from tutors and Spikes from levels, and it really shines in battle facilities because of that. It's a near impenetrable wall that can't be blindsided and is reasonably fast, but it falls short of its potential due to poor mechanics surrounding it. I'd say it's good, just not great. Found only in White is Numel. First off, we want Simple for that ability, as that turns into Solid Rock. An ability that turns ×2 weaknesses into ×1.3 and ×4 into ×2.6. Fire Ground only has 2 weaknesses, but they happen to be water and ground, which would make it easy prey to many Pokemon unless we did something about it. It's a fire type with an electric counter, which is a pretty unique role if both of those are needed to patch holes in the team. These Numel evolve right away, and when they do, those attacking stats are strong for these levels. It's slow, got okay bulk, and hits like a truck. Lava Plume, Earth Power, and Curse are among its best moves, and it starts with all 3 of them. It gets what you'd expect from moves, and there aren't any cool surprises to learn. It just is what it is without much worthwhile coverage outside of its own type. Its evolved form can be found in Normal or Dark Grass, and it's the most common Pokemon in that Dark Grass. Catch it, and it's good to charge. Spoink! This is what they gave Black 2 instead of Camerupt? Alright, let's go for it. It evolves right away, and Ice and Fire resistances on a Psychic type are its identity. Other than that, it's a bunch of standard moves, a whole bunch of dumbed down physical moves it can't win with, some okay speed, and okay special power. I would say bulky Psychic is pretty unusual, but that statement hasn't aged well since the Hoenn days. We've seen better. It's just such a by-the-numbers average Psychic in every way with little reason to pick it up, especially in Unova. Frickin' Aiden! Just have to flex on everyone, don't you? Swag, swag, swag. Anyway. Just like with Camerupt, Grumpig is in that version's Dark Grass and is how you should catch that. But should you really catch it? Drifblim! Cash in on those gems. Equip one, use a move of that type, and watch its speed double before your eyes. Drifblim is cool and unusual punishments. It has that fun ability paired with some weird stat distribution, making it a tanky ghost with a one-of-a-kind type. Gigantic HP, 3 immunities, and several moves it can use well. I personally love acrobatics for it, since the flying gem's consumption before it moves enables it to get the full damage from not having a held item while also doubling its speed. Will-O-Wisp can help out with those poor defenses if it's not going to last long otherwise. Now, I'm making Drifblim sound like an unstoppable machine, and, well, he can be, but it requires the right situation due to its puny defenses behind that HP. And it kinda sucks to grind up for gems of the appropriate type as they are consumed forever in single player. It's probably not gonna get too many uses out of Unburden because of that, it's just useful when it actually can. This Pokemon has it a lot easier on the subway or the put where consumed items are given back. Last note is that 1% of the time it holds an air balloon. You probably won't get it, but I'm telling you because it would suck to attack a wild Drifblim and destroy it. Vibrava, it's gonna be real awkward if I don't recommend this. Well, about that. I feel like this stage of life is Vibrava's weakest hour. It's going to be dealing with powerful foes of just the wrong types for a long while, and its stats feel kinda weak. At least Dragon Pulse just opened up, and we have Dig. Is all bad for Vibrava? Of course not, I love this little guy. Its type and ability combo is helpful, dealing with a lot of different types, and it evolves pretty quickly due to being in Dark Grass. I just think its issues are more pronounced now that it isn't the only dragon type anymore, and Axew is such a tough customer. If you want a Vibrava with crunch like mine, it must learn that as a Trapinch. That's the downside of skipping all the training we've been through together. Skorupi, a bug poison type that evolves quickly into a poison dark type. That's a satisfying combination that's immune to psychic and only weak against ground, making it an easy addition with good resilience. Both abilities are strong, but I feel like Sniper is the reason to play it because it leads to hype moments. With Scope Lens high critical hit moves, it will land a snipe about 25% of the time. I hate to tell you, but Skorupi's only moves with increased critical chance are Night Slash and Cross Poison. While Night Slash is good, the lack of diversity is a little disappointing even if it does 4.5 times damage with the same type attack bonus. Could have done with one more move outside of its own type, as Poison's just not that good. Now on to the good news. It's kind of absurd how fast this thing gets all its best moves. Without over-explaining, pretty much all of its best stuff is there within 10 levels. Good defense, good offense, sometimes amazing offense, high speed, but with low move diversity. It's fine. Banette! It is a pretty unfortunate ghost. And not just because it's dead. It has very crummy stats everywhere except for its offense. It's so slow and frail, it'll rarely get a chance to get an attack in. Making it even worse, its strongest move upon capture is Shadow Ball, when its highest stat is attack. It's better off forgetting that for the Shadow Claw TM. Besides that, it's Shadow Sneak and Will-O-Wisp. Maybe you could go for Sucker Punch as another notable move that it can learn. The only way I'd see this working is on a Trick Room team. It was thrown in the trash for a reason. Gothorita in black only. A pretty basic psychic type with a good amount of bulk and low speed. It learns psychic soon, and that's what you care about the most. Lots of TM compatibility with moves like Energy Ball, Shadow Ball, and even Thunderbolts. I want to note Frisk is an interesting ability that no one likes. When playing on challenge mode, there's a lot of held items on later bosses. If they're announced to you, then why not learn Covet in Driftvale City and steal it? That's about the best utility I could come up with. It's just sort of there. Duosion! So, Duosion's been doing some pretty serious training since it was a Solosis. It's a little less papery now, learns Psychic at exactly the same level as Gothorita. We've got some good TMs and move tutors for it now. We're not that far away from getting a Trick Room TM. And Duosion's evolution into Reuniqueless might be the best Trick Room user ever. Its stats are huge across the board aside from its 30 speed, which can actively become a good thing with that move. Magikarp gives it immunity to lots of little things too. So much offense and defense here, and with Trick Room, it can remove its only weakness by using the enemy's speed against them. This isn't just a good Pokemon, it's a great Pokemon. Heck, for doubles and triples, it might be nice to give Trick Room to another Pokemon on the team so Reuniqueless doesn't have to waste a turn setting up, since its damage is so stinking high. I love Duosion. Oh boy, Excadrill! We got a great one here, folks. Strap in. First off, minor thing out of the way. It learns Cut, Strength, and Rock Smash. This Pokemon is a 100% encounter rate from Dustcloud, so it's very easy to run into. First, we have an excellent defensive typing. One of the best there is, immunities to electric and poison while having a boatload of resistances. Both of its abilities are to die for, or to have your opponent die for. You know what I mean. Either of those buffs are greatly worth running Sandstorms for anywhere on your team. Consider this if you have Rock, Steel, or even another ground type already that would benefit from this weather. I'm serious, the type is so good it can flourish alongside other ground types. In terms of stats, what can I say? It's off the charts. Having HP-based Bolt combined with a good type, making it versatile to switch in against almost anything, and its speed is pretty good. Now we have to get to moves. All of these Excadrill come knowing Rock Slide and will learn Earthquake in but a few levels. Do you even care about anything more? Well, I hope you do, because you can get Iron Head for move tutors for those rare times Earthquake and Rock Slide aren't good options. It's got a 30% chance to flinch, and with Excadrill moving pretty quick, that's a nice bonus that can make it stand firmer than it would otherwise. I like this move because it gives it a 100% accurate move that beats Ice, something other ground types struggle with, and that sets it apart big time. Heck, if you want to go into battle facilities with it, it's the best rapid spinner in Unova. This guy tears it all up so well that it rarely needs to switch out and can just keep tearing through. Jellicent, with its hidden ability Damp, spawns Monday in Black 2, Thursday in White 2, respawning weekly. You're giving up an ability that disables moves or makes you immune to a whole type to instead prevent use of Self-Destruct or Explosion when a ghost type is immune to it anyway. I don't understand why you would ever choose this. I got so lucky that it didn't get KO'd there. Why would you want to prevent your opponent from using Explosion when you're immune to the damage anyway and they, die from using it? Because you care. My favorite Pokemon is Hiya! Or Staryu if you're a layman. Wow, so we just saw a good rapid spinner in the cave? What is this, SpinnerCon 23? I'll shut up. The Staryu family has the double reliability of water and psychic types. Natural Cure can help when you least expect it, especially in shift battles, whereas Illuminate is totally useless and reserved for only the most desperate of shiny hunter. It's speedy, hits for good damage, and has lots of options too. Already got a good special attacker? Then try Psyshock instead of Psychic. Need better type coverage? Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Signal Beam. Want to go into verses? Rapid Spin, Recover, Scald, Icy Wind. I've always called this one of the most consistently great Pokemon no matter the player's environment or needs. And that holds true 6 main games into the series. It's impressive how well Staryu has withstood power creep. The fully evolved Starmie can be caught in Undella Town too. This brings me to one of my negatives about raising Starmie. Only Staryu can learn Hydro Pump and it's at level 52. That's one of the good 120 power moves thanks to its high accuracy, but it might as well not exist because that's gonna be hard to obtain. Besides that one, no other standout moves are locked to Staryu. Remoraid is the ultimate at being outclassed. Every Remoraid evolves right away, and once it does, it's okay. It's particularly slow, but has some good offenses and can take a few hits. Sniper is definitely the more consistent ability at backing up that mixed attacking. Correction, special attacking. With the exception of Waterfall and Gunk Shot, it has no options for that big attack set, so it's essentially unused unless it specifically goes for those moves. Likely best not to treat it as a mixed attacker until further notice. Learns Ice Beam pretty soon, which is a pretty helpful move to have. Mantike! Hey, Pokemon Fusion! I really like the way Mantike evolves, needing a Remoraid to do so, and I wish more symbiotic relationships between different species would get explored like this. I think only this and Carablast and Shelmet ever did this. Sorry, it just makes the world feel more alive, you know? Don't worry about your Remoraid, it won't disappear forever. So how about how it actually works? Well, you can find Mantine rarely in Rippling Water, and it misses no moves from the Mantike stage, so let's just skip to that. Water Flying is a good type, weak only to Electric and Rock. Easy to work with, and brilliant special bulk. Everything else about it is fine. It gets access to some decent moves like Surf and Air Slash, not much else unfortunately. What's kind of wild is that Heart Scales give it Psy Beam, even though it doesn't learn Psychic. Not sure what they were doing there. I guess he just never graduated past the introductory course. Its moves are beyond shallow. Funny for a Manta Ray, huh? Both abilities have potential, but I kind of prefer Water Absorb for single player. I think this is just gonna end up learning some water type moves, and I don't see it being useful for much outside of that. Whalmer! This is a whale in a shallow roll. It's beached. Positives first, it's caught potentially as high as level 40, so evolution is no issue. Comes having access to Water Pulse or Brine or even Water Spout depending on its level. Here's the problem. All its stats are god-awful aside from HP, and even after it evolves into Wailord, all it really gets is more HP. It mostly just learns water moves too with Ice Beam thrown in, so it's not too stand out from other water types. I guess it could take on Earthquake, but I feel like you'd consider that on a Pokemon that does more damage, and you probably already have one. This is a Pokemon seemingly designed to spam Water Spout, a potentially 150 power water type move as long as its HP is full, with the power dwindling as it loses health. It's slow and likely to take damage before it attacks, but if it can manage to get it off without losing too much of its health and percentage, you'll likely not find a better water nuke. Any item that makes it likely to use Water Spout first is super potent. Perhaps consider a Choice Scarf. Wailord! This brings back memories of me wishing I could just find that 1% Wailord to easily do the Regirock puzzle. This is rarely found in Rippling Water, and I suppose it is objectively better than Whalmer if you're just lucky. Spheal! I am drowning in all these water types. First off, this family appears in winter only. It's at least a little better than pure ice for defenses, but it's an excellent combination of attacking types to get bonuses from. Now, what kind of sucks is the moves. The Spheal family's level up moves are just plain terrible, and its move tutor moves aren't any better. If you don't have a lot of TMs, it has nothing. It's all laughably weak physical ice type moves when it really wants to be using special stuff. What's nice is that it barely spends a second as a Spheal, evolving at most levels it's caught at, which is perfect because Spheal stats are a joke. Alternatively, its evolved forms are found at identical levels in Rippling Water. Celio, while the stats are at least better on this evolved form, the speed is downright blubber. Walrein, I wouldn't expect this one to outspeed much, even fully evolved. And while it's got decent bulk, it takes normal damage from practically every type. Thick Fat is definitely the right ability here, so it has a fire resistance and an uncommon octo resistance to ice. Seal, it's as bland as its name. Seal will evolve right away, and Water Ice means that it's got a fair number of weaknesses with only resistances to its own types. Thick Fat is probably for the best here. This sounds like a certain other Seal that was just packaged into a different shape. The stats are just kind of okay at everything, not exciting, and Spheal is just kind of better in the long term. The moves on Seal are bland too, with the only real standout being Aqua Jet from the start and maybe Drill Run. I honestly think you'll struggle with even finding 4 moves that you'll want to use. Go look at its TM list. You won't believe how short it is. It's glaring when there's been so many decent water types out of the, last 15 encounters that we've talked about? So, Seal has exactly one thing about it that's interesting. If we were to take this Seal and level it up to level 41, but not evolve it, it learns Dive through leveling up. And because we don't need no stinking gym badges in order to use our HM moves, we can access the place below Undella Bay without needing to get that HM first. Golduck. Finally, it's a wild Golduck. Just as I was saying, another water type that learns water moves. Not much to say here that we didn't already cover with Psyduck. It hangs out in the kiddie pool because it's shallow. Learns water moves and not a ton more. The stats are pretty basic and middling, so special moves will likely be preferred. Unfortunately, almost all of its non-water moves happen to be physical, so it comes out to being a little on the weak side. Its greatest asset is Cloud 9. I doubt you'll often encounter weather teams on your Unovan journey, or want to nullify the rain that naturally happens on some routes as it would normally benefit from it. Yeah, that kind of just says it all, doesn't it? Outside of a few battles, not that helpful. But it learns 4 HM moves, that's my favorite thing about it. Old True Blue Swablu. It either evolves right away, or Altaria can be caught in the wild, whichever way you prefer. The only thing it misses out on from not being a Swablu is Mirror Move. As an Altaria, Dragon Dance is teachable right out of the fluffy box. A neat buff it got was Roost from move tutors, making it more useful for battle facilities, which plays off it being a bulky, fluffy dragon type with a fair number of helpful resistances and some pretty high speed for a tank to lay down buffs early on. Natural Cure is pretty powerful, especially in shift battles, and this is an ability all that many Pokemon even have access to. It's even a rare user of Cotton Guard to buff its defense 3 stages in one use. You're probably going to be picking one or the other, because having 2 buffing moves within the same moveset just feels a bit meandering, and it feels like Altaria never has enough move slots to do everything that it can do. Absol is a strong physical attacker defined by how good it is at using specific moves. Starting off, it's Dark type and it learns Sucker Punch. Undeniably the best priority move. Sadly, it's pretty high in the levels when it gets it, and it used to not get it so late, but it will be strong if it can get up there in the levels. It's a top performer with Pursuit, although it's only strong if the foe switches out, and, you know, if you're not doing versus, they probably won't. Last up, Super Luck is its ability, and that further buffs Night Slash, Psycho Cut, and Stone Edge. Shadow Claw is also an option, but Ghost and Dark are downright indistinguishable offensively, so we don't talk about that one. Swords Dance is another great choice for setting up, and I know that combination well. If there's a downside to Absol, it's the other stats that aren't attack. Kinda flimsy and not going to stand up to a super effective hit. And the speed isn't quite as breakneck as the competition. But if you want a specialist for those specific moves and are good at calling when to use Sucker Punch, it won't disappoint. Gen 5 and slow evolutions, name a more iconic duo, I'll wait. Mienfoo is pretty puny until level 50, but let's humor the little girl. Regenerator is a compelling ability, especially in shift battles. I'm saying this a lot. Probably going to work better than Inner Focus. Speaking of flinching, Fake Out is an option for it. Its speed is high, it does good damage, U-turn is there for switching out well. It can technically go a mixed route, but it's got so many fine physical moves that you probably don't need to worry about covering both bases. The special portion of its pool is pretty disappointing too. It's entirely normal and fighting type, with the only variety being Grass Knot. Despite all of this, I would outright recommend skipping this Pokemon. Not because I think Mienfoo is useless, but because there's going to be multiple better opportunities to use this family, and they don't even take that long to get to. By waiting a little while, you'll get this thing in better levels. In normal grass, Tangela. In rustling grass, Tangrowth. Either way, it'll be a Tangrowth before long. Tangrowth's terrific trait is its stats. Lots of stuff over 100. It can tank physical attacks, hit back with a strong hit, or if you're unsure about one hitting, hit them with Sleep Powder and effectively remove them from the fight as long as they can't wake up. Could run Giga Drain, could run Leech Seed to recover health while they sleep, or just get HP out of them when they can't really do much to you. Power Whip is without a doubt Tangrowth's best attack, but it's the final level up move, so it's a bit of a walk getting there. As for drawbacks, you see it right in front of you. It's basically cooked if that special attack hits it, and its speed is that of a rock. Of the two abilities, Chlorophyll covers a weakness much better, and it turns it into a savage with only one weak stat. Good stats, strong hits, sometimes good tanking, but has to worry about some definite weaknesses. There's also a chance to get a better Tangela later on that I'm sure you'll probably prefer. Pelipper! Water Flying is a stellar type. It can use both of its own types to do well against most everything, and defensively, both can be hard for a lot of Pokemon to deal with. It counters its own rock weaknesses, deals with grass types and other water types doesn't, and pretty much only has to worry about electric. And that's pretty much the whole darn post office for Pelipper here. Here's the thing, or things. Its ability is no help 99% of the time. Its stats scream mediocrity, only sporting good defense with low HP. And despite living in a region full of move tutors and strong TMs, it learns a lot less than expected. It's just a whole bunch of crap that offers it no useful coverage like Gunk Shot or Mud Slap. It does get Aerial Ace and Shockwave for moves that don't miss, but they're low in power and are about the only variety it can hope for. It could use Scald to fish for a burn, which is probably better than trying to set up with such low stats. Sorry, it's a shrimp in a sea of good water types that we're still exploring. Solrock! It isn't exactly its time to shine. It's just kind of mediocre. Low stats all around, though it does have some good uses. Its attack stat is pretty high, and Rock and Psychic give it good type coverage. Levitate is an objective positive for what its type is, but regrettably, its special attack is about as strong as a Sparkler, and it learns all these special moves that it can't use for beans. Zen Headbutt is in the Move Tutor arsenal, so it's at least better than in other contexts. Probably going to end up with that and Rock Slide. What surprised me is that this Pokemon can learn Acrobatics. Once I read that, I never forgot it. I guess it has access to a lot of useful status moves like Dual Screen, Stealth Rock, and Will-O-Wisp, but so do a lot of other Pokemon. Lunatone, the special of the duo, which is kinda not great. Yeah, I kinda wish their move pools were flipped. The defense and HP are so low that it's likely to sustain heavy damage from pretty much everything that rocks normally switch into with ease. Then the majority of types it's weak to tend to use special, so it rounds out like the moon it is. Being special based also means that it sucks at rock moves. Yep, both of them are only allowed to be good at one of their two types, it seems. It's Solrock, but without all the fire moves that would have been nice for Lunatone's special orientation. In its place, it gets ice moves. Strangely, even though Solrock is clearly meant to be the attacker and Lunatone's meant to be the defender, I think this is the more offense-geared one despite how it looks at first glance, but it's mainly because the defense of Lunatone is such a letdown. Tangela with Regenerator! Didn't take that long to get to this better Tangela, did it? Regenerator plays into the slow, tanky role for Tangrowth. Can give it a second round, and it's downright brawny in shift battles where switching is entirely free. Skorupi with Keen Eye. Come on. No, it's not better than better critical hits or critical immunity. Don't catch this. Kablow! That sounds like a chicken. I thought that was a shiny for a second. I guess it's just the lighting. My heart jumped out of my chest. Cobalion is the unique steel fighting type, giving it far more resistances than your average fighting type. Justified is a sparse ability that gives it increased attack for just being hit by a quad resistance, all while having steel defense anyway. Also distinguishing it from other defenders, it's got speed to enable setups and sweeps thanks to Swords Dance or even Calm Mind, all while being able to withstand an onslaught as it gets going. Cobalion's been known to bust out special attacks too and not only enjoy physical sets. An in-between option would be to run Superpower as a lone physical move or even Volt Switch for utility. The only downside of Cobalion is middling attack power when compared to its brothers, both biologically related by type. Lapras is exactly what you want if water types are a constant nuisance. It has Water Absorb for an ability and eventually gains access to Thunderbolt. Kind of different than Aiden of being able to actually use that Water Absorb to counter water types once it's in. Water and Ice are pretty nice. Both reliable types, and it can already learn that Psychic TM that I won't be shutting up about anytime soon. Worth mentioning is that it's one of the happy few that can use Frost Breath instead of Ice Beam to break right through buffs. The moves are all it entails. It's on the slow side and functions as an offensive tank. Takes damage, holds up all right, dishes it back. Sadly, Lapras only resists its own two types, so it takes a bit more damage than other water types might. Ice always seems to find a way to invalidate defenses, and sorry, even the water type isn't safe. Lapras is pretty good for what it is though. We're starting this one off with Gligar, one of the most buffed Pokemon in history. This woefully mediocre Pokemon evolves with a Razor Fang found on this very route. Flying and ground are already so great on their own, and we've got type coverage from U-Turn, Knockoff, Brick Break, even Aqua Tail. If you really just gotta have more options, then Elemental Fangs from Heart Scales are certainly there. This is a Pokemon that can switch in on much, is fast, is defensive, and hits respectably well. In the off chance you got a Sand team, then it gets inherent of evasion too, while not having a lot of type overlap with other Pokemon that would benefit from that. Pretty much the only bad thing about Gligar is having extremely pronounced weaknesses against water and ice, and a competition with a certain other flying ground type that's in this game. You know exactly who I mean, and it strikes fear into your hearts. If you just cannot be bothered to run and grab a single item ball, then Gliscor is found in rustling grass. No move you would care about is missed on from catching the fully evolved form, or evolving as soon as you catch it. Just go for it. Amoonguss! Spore is the biggest draw. A 100% accurate sleep move, but it doesn't learn that until all the way up in the level 60s. It's sadly pretty limited, especially in what's useful for single player, and it's one of the slowest Pokemon in Unova, fully evolved or not. Not useless, just a bit underwhelming compared to catching it in the grottos. I stand by telling you to catch it there. Kikwa! Virizion is a rare, almost unique type of grass and fighting. Thanks to this, it has a high coverage from its own types and has a combination going on that's pretty all its own, really. Sadly, this is an example of a Pokemon that, while not bad, is a victim of circumstance. Its stats have you think that it's versatile and has a good amount of everything that rocks, so it'll be able to stand up to attacks in addition to being fast and strong, right? But it just sort of isn't like that when you get down to brass tacks. It's held back by not learning many good moves, and its defenses are wounded by having so many exploitable weaknesses. It can't use Leaf Blade or Close Combat until it's level 70-ish, so it's stuck using Seed Bomb from Tutors and Sacred Sword, making it not quite as strong as it could be. Sacred Sword, once again, is the signature move of its kin. It's 90 power, 100 accuracy, fighting, and ignores defense and accuracy modifiers. But again, it's good. It's just not as good as the plenty of other fighting Pokemon that learn better moves. It gets other coverage moves like Aerial Ace and X-Scissor, but they're just kind of underwhelming. It's a shame to say because it's such a majestic, deft creature, but it sort of runs out to just being okay. Don't misread me here. I'm saying it's okay, not that it's bad. It's just short of its potential due to a lot of unfortunate happenings that weren't its fault. Knocking it out is better long-term if you'd rather catch it at a better level. By doing that, it's actually pretty decent and we'll have access to a lot better moves in the future. Poniard! Gosh, I just look at that level 52 evolution and I don't know how many more ways I can put it. Maybe everything takes so long to evolve to offset everything else being so fast and respectful of your time in the gameplay. Well, anyway, ways to make you feel like you've worked for something aside. Poniard is a dark steel type, meaning lots of resistances and even a few immunities. At its maximum power, we get 125 attack stat to work with. Or I guess it would if egg moves were a thing. Here's the thing. Bisharp is strong competitively due to having one of the best sucker punches of all time, but it's just not available. Instead, it has to put up with subpar speed and using Night Slash. We're going over to Driftvale a lot in these bios because Iron Head is there for it. It's going to use those two moves, then either have Coverage or Swords Dance in the remaining 2 slots. Further buffing that power is the rare Defiant ability. It's all about resistances and physical attacking. Definitely a helpful guy to have around, just lacking its most potent tool that you might think of when thinking of Bisharp. Garbodor. Aw, Turkey, Hilbert, so many memorable Garbodors in the history of mankind. Garbodor is an all-arounder with no poor stats. It buffs itself by stockpiling Stockpile, which is like Curse, but with no speed drop and with only 3 of them allowed instead of 6. Thanks to no speed drop, it can keep rolling for flinches. Poison is also a pretty nice type defensively that tanks a lot and switches in against some tough opponents. The biggest thing holding Garbodor back would normally be the lack of a good physical poison type move to play with those capabilities. Seriously, this huge trash monster with a gas pump for an arm cannot learn Poison Jab. I'm still bothered by this all these years later. Gunk Shot has been available since Driftvale City, and contrary to its name, counts as physical. I can't imagine much reason to carry a dedicated poison type attacker, but should that somehow fit in, well, go with the Trash Man. Besides that, the most notable thing about Garbodor is its held items. If you run into it, try using Thief, see if you get lucky. In black only, Gothitelle. Sometimes you just look at a Pokemon and say, meh. As said before, Gothitelle's not one of the worst or anything, but just so outclassed in a region inhabited by so many top-tier psychic types. Reuniqueless, the big, bulky, better blob. This is a slow Pokemon with amazing stats and just all around the better choice to Gothitelle. As I've told you before, use Trick Room with it. Muck sucks. It's one of the worst poison types as it is. All of its moves either already poison opponents or have a secondary effect that's better than poison, with the exception of Return and Dig. Garbodor with Aftermath. If you're like me and actually want a Garbodor in your family, then this is the forlorn junk heap for you. Aftermath combined with Rocky Helmet is 40% of a health bar in residual damage alone, if you call it right. Could be an interesting way of building a strategy around fainting that has its niche away from the fishing for flinch style of the norm. Bouffalant with Soundproof. This is our first time seeing Bouffalant at all, and you want to catch a normal one with Sap Sipper instead of this. Sap Sipper isn't just increased power, it's immunity to powder moves. Comes in handy against a lot more than the cast that Soundproof does. As for Bouffalant itself, as this is its debut, it's a brutal fighter with good defensive stats, but no outstanding type to aid it in either of those attributes. It's also real slow. Since it's all about power, you can expect to get Mega Horn, Zen Headbutt, Superpower, and Wild Charge. Lots of raw power in there, even if a lot of moves have negative effects. That's just Bouffalant in a nutshell. Looks strong on the surface, and if he hits you, it's gonna hurt. But has a lot holding it back, too. Bouffalant's graced with a signature move. Head Charge is normal, 120 power, 100 accuracy. Basically better return, but with a quarter recoil damage. A pretty reliable Nick. This is the lone new Pokemon in Humilau City, Corsola! Ugh. A Pokemon that sucks so bad, how fitting when they gave this thing an evolution, it was dead. Sure, the type Rock Water has some helpful resistances and is generally reliable, but the sheer number of times you can say it has bad stats, a wide variety of poor moves, bad stats, weak abilities, bad stats, and bad stats, it just doesn't really work. This is seriously the finale after what, like 97 water routes full of good Pokemon that we just got done exploring? If you just want to use it, it does learn many powerful moves such as Earthquake, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Stone Edge. So why did I just say it has bad moves? Its stats are so low that it manages to make these moves suck, even if it learns a lot of variety. If you go for it, only do it because you want a challenge. It'll be weak, but it'll at least have type coverage for anything you want it to. Just don't. Delibird has no stat over 75. Its special attack is its second highest stat, and it's really best with Hustle, even if that hurts accuracy because it's so damn weak. It's an ice type with all defensive stats locked at 45, so it truly can't take a hit against any opponent. It only naturally learns the move Present, a signature move with various abilities. They are Normal type and 40 base power, riveting. Normal type and 80 base power, Normal type and 120 base power, making it one of the best normal moves, or it heals the enemy. It's all luck in what it even does, and it's only a 10% chance that it actually rolls for better damage than return. And even then, it's a normal type move, so no damage bonuses of any kind. It's not like it gets same type attack bonus or anything. It must use TMs to be worth anything, and even then, it's a bunch of ice moves and a couple of flying moves that absolutely any other Pokemon will get more use out of. The only positive is Ice Punch being available from tutors. This thing is pitiful even when it's up against unevolved Pokemon, and it's at the end of the damn game. Hey man, 4 years later, I still ain't King Shaman. Terrakion! With an awesome unique type that covers so much of the cast, muscular stats, and breaking speed. Terrakion busts down almost anything and anyone. The type coverage alone from fighting and rock make it a beast, yet it still gains moves like Earthquake or X-Scissor, the latter of which fights back against a psychic type well. He's too strong, really. This is such a difficult Pokemon to raise incorrectly. Just go with what it naturally has and you won't ever want for a better attacker. Knocking it out is better long term as it'll be level 65 in the postgame if we do. Pelipper with Rain Dish. In a word, yes. Pelipper plays in the rain because of Hurricane. It's a high level move, but it's better than Keen Eye. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. Amoonguss with Regenerator. This ability is the whole reason why Amoonguss is hard to bring down. With shift battles, it can just keep going and going and going. Though remember that powder move immunity on grass types was not a mechanic yet. Mienfoo with Reckless. Pick this. High jump kick is my favorite fighting type move. Barely any Pokemon learn it. Reckless can boost its power from 130 to an effective 152. With the same type attack bonus and just one Swords Dance, yeah, that means it'll shred through whatever as long as it connects. It'll probably do fine even against a foe that resists it. So anime and cool! Upon being taken here, Keldeo finally awakens to its true hard form. This brand new form doesn't add anything other than just announce that its secret sword is an addition to its moveset, which, yes, it should be in there. It's basically better Focus Blast because, let's face it, this thing actually hits. Besides that, Surf, Scald, and Hydro Pump are all stellar and valid options for Keldeo to have a water move, and it can have that right away from where we are in the story. Keldeo has no poor defensive stats and could take advantage to use Calm Mind for even more boosts. It might look like a one-trick pony, but, well, it is. It's a whole bunch of water and fighting, and the rest of its moves are physical and thus not all that well suited for it. But it's a rare case of being so good at those two types that what else do you need? Happy to finally see you transform, buddy. Dugong. I'm okay, you're okay, Dugong is okay. Wild Seal could already evolve into Dugong for some time, so yeah. Shuckle, the rock solidest defenses of any Pokemon! But that's all it is. It's backed up by nothing. Even at level 100, it'll never break having even 200 HP. It's deceptively not bulky because it doesn't do anything. Bug Rock is a disappointing type that only resists poison and normal, so it won't be switching in to suck up an attack either most of the time. It has 10 attack. 10! Its strongest stab move is Stone Edge, with the runner-up being Ancient Power. All Shuckle does is Toxic Stall, and even then, it isn't difficult for opponents to just break through, or even worse, use the opportunity to set up. It's a shame because I was fooled too. I wanted to make it work when I first saw Shuckle in competitive Pokemon. It always comes with the rarely seen item of Berry Juice, and every time I see this item, I never forget its effect because I can always hear the Pokemon Stadium announcer going, "It used Berry Juice to restore its HP." I always think of that whenever I see Berry Juice. Electric, instant Electros, just add Rock. This is a Pokemon with no weakness and not a piece of crud like Tynamo was. It's the easiest Pokemon to slot into an existing roster in the later parts of a journey, and if you just need an electric type, it'll do. Just don't check the TM compatibility until after Thunderstone. Its move pool expands dramatically once it's Electros, and there's no reason to use Little Electric. My final team member is Crustle. Some of you have predicted this. Crustle. A Pokemon I discounted as useless, but some of you challenge my words, and I've started to believe you. Crustle is a tanky bug rock type, certainly not off to a great start, as again, that resists only poison normal. It just isn't that good on defense, and I believed that it wasn't very good for a long time as a result, but that's okay. It has pretty decent stats and it hits hard. This Pokemon was gifted with the strange and wonderful Shell Smash. If Crustle has given the half a chance to set that off, it's a beast. Bug and Rock together have some pretty good coverage, as does its ground moves that it can use well, if we so wish. We want Sturdy as it guarantees a free Shell Smash. Spheal with Oblivious. Nah. Defense from Attraction isn't as useful as gaining a fire resistance and an octa resistance to ice.
Braviary.
Its held item situation's interesting because it'll come with an item 56% of the time. Half the time it's a Braviary, 5% it's a Moonstone, 1% it's a Comet Shard. Same goes for Clefable. Oh yeah, these Pokemon are Pokemon and not just items. If it's a Clefable, it learns no level up moves and must have TMs invested, though I kinda doubt you would mind. Clefable has a fantastic move pool largely due to TMs and tuners. Just see what those give it and you will not be disappointed. A move I want to highlight is Heal Bell, one of my favorites again. It's an unusual move. In several regions, it's compatible with 0 Pokemon. Clefable's one of the beautiful ones who can learn this. I've already praised Magic Guard, and it's awesome to take no passive damage. You likely have a Toxic Orb or Flame Orb right now, so you can just copy what Sigilif's been doing. Use Facade and get stabbed because it's still normal type, and be unable to be status because it already has a status. Besides that, it's a lot of powerful special moves on a high HP Marshmallow. Sneasel basically evolves right away, becoming one of the best anti-dragon Pokemon a trainer could ask for. Its speed is as blazing as ice types come. Ice Punch is normally an elusive move for Weavile that couldn't be easier now thanks to move tutors. Pair that with Night Slash and a coverage move like Low Kick and it plays a mean physical attacker. Its biggest shortcoming is that Ice and Dark has a lot of weaknesses, and some Pokemon are just bulky enough that even Weavile can't one-shot them, so learn its limits and don't be stubborn with keeping it out. Due to it being so fragile, go all in on power with this one, maybe even pack a Life Orb. Piloswine, joining the club of powerful ice types that evolve essentially right away. Just use a heart scale and you're good as gold on your moves. Its stats are so big, able to take damage, dish it out big time, and all without being all that slow. Ice and Ground are excellent for attacking, and it'll probably be able to hit everything with something that's gonna hurt. In theory. The main problem with Piloswine is accessibility. It comes in pretty late after lots of good ground types have already showed up. I can forgive the ice type a little bit because we haven't seen a ton of those yet. Its 2 abilities are outright disappointing. Then, as competent as it is, its best moves are locked away for quite a while longer besides Earthquake. No Ice Shard, no Icicle Crash. It's not the worst, but it's plain to see why mammoths went extinct. Vanillish is as vanillish as an ice type gets. Good stats, ice moves, flash cannon, not anything else. Ice Body has no place outside of Hail, which sucks anyway. So few moves are actually there that I struggle to even come up with 4 moves that I would use with it. If it all sounds good, it doesn't have any strong negatives, and it'll deliver on those few positives that I listed. It just struggles to make a name for itself out of other ice Pokemon. Vanillux is hard to encounter and lower level than Vanillish and Darkgrass. Completely useless to the journey of making muscular ice cream. Speaking of beginning these bio segments on first generation normal type with high-pitched voices that I'm going to badly imitate, is only as good as the Pokemon around it. It does one thing and one thing only, transforming into its opponent. It copies type, ability, stats, stat changes, gender, weight, and moveset with 5 PP per move. It cannot copy HP. It is a faker of the real thing, so it's not quite as good. Every opponent will know the only move Ditto can make, and when they call it and use a move you don't want to see, it's over. Ditto's speed and stamina are utterly pitiful, meaning that it may fall apart from just a normally effective move. Then even if it gets off the transformation, both sides are speed tied now, and unless it wins that coin flip, it's probably gonna thud anyway due to having low HP to start with. When I say it's only as good as what's around it, that wasn't a compliment. There's lots of ways an opponent's team can just invalidate Ditto, and it's hard to include due to how situational it is. Half the time it has Quick Powder, which doubles Ditto's speed, and more rarely is the Metal Powder buffing defense by 50%. Quick Powder sounds amazing, and it would be good, but these items lose their effect once Ditto isn't a Ditto anymore. You're better off using Choice Scarf for its item. Metang is a wonderful Pokemon. Clear body and its type make it a reliable choice against so much. I feel like this is a Pokemon that shines brighter in competitive due to being the only steel type with Pursuit, Stealth Rock, and even Explosion. But it's hardly useless outside of competitive too. Zen Headbutt, Bullet Punch, Meteor Mash, Psychic, Earthquake, Brick Break, Elemental Punches. Who could forget any of those moves being on it? My personal favorite thing is to send it out against anything it has a clear advantage against and let loose with an agility. Agility is the stupidest move ever. Boosting speed twice and only learnable by a bunch of Pokemon that see no benefit because they're fast anyway. But here, it's pretty darn good because Metang isn't fast to begin with. It can actually make great use of it. Just enjoy working against that catch rate. Have fun catching literally Mewtwo. The dark grass is the only known natural habitat of Metagross, another low-level encounter compared to its pre-evolution, so probably just catch it as a Metang, really. Similarly, the dark grass is the only known natural habitat of Mamoswine, also lower level than Piloswine was. Black Kyurem, an attack stat capable of the most devastating destruction in Unova. Black will smash through unbreakable defense. Its ability Terravolt means no ability can stand in its way. It just hits on through. It's gifted with the best Outrage or Dragon Claw there is. If you thought physical electric moves weren't anything impressive, it knows Zekrom's signature move, Fusion Bolt, a physical electric move with 100 base power. It's the only truly good physical electric move. Free Shock is the signature move of Black Kyurem itself, a physical ice move with 140 power and 90 accuracy and a 30% chance to paralyze. But here's the catch. Free Shock takes a full turn to charge up, and even when you do, it can still miss, meaning that it takes a total of 4 turns to attempt it again. It's even a 10% base chance of your power herb going to waste because it's consumable. That does it for physical, but its special prowess should not be underestimated. It shoots a fine ice beam, all while having decent speed. Let's be real. If you don't resist any move coming out of this monster, you're in trouble. Remember Haxorus? Haxorus wishes it was this good. It might as well just use Outrage whenever it feels like, because it'll probably shred right through the whole building without needing to set up. About the only weak point is that the resistances aren't as good as other dragons. But I mean, come on, just win. And White Kyurem is the stupidest freaking thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I can't take this seriously. It's not symmetrical in the least, having this goofy lopsided head. The in-game sprite's even worse because it doesn't even look like it's on fire, it just looks like it dipped its ear and elbow in some ketchup. It has a weird generator thing for a butt. Then it has ass hoses connecting that butt lava to its shoulders. And whenever it attacks, those hoses rev up, implying that that ass lava then shoots out of its mouth. Then it's all hairy and it has these freakishly gross toes and... Oh, you wanted a serious bio? Okay, fine, here you go. White Kyurem, it's a downright nuclear force! There is no better special attacker in Unova. No, perhaps even the whole world. Its stolen Reshiram signature attack, Fusion Flare, an even more powerful flamethrower with all the accuracy. Unlike Black, Ice Beam gets to live up to its maximum potential coming out of this thing's mouth. It gets a signature move of its own in Ice Burn, a 140 power, 90% accurate ice move with a 30% chance to burn. Similarly, it takes a turn to charge up and has the same problem as Free Shock. If you do go for that move and it somehow didn't manage to take out what it was supposed to do, then it just fished for a burn with a good chance of doing so. Couple that with Ice and Dragon hitting almost the entire National Dex for neutral damage, it'll smite right through anything thrown at it. Going mixed isn't a bad idea either. Could always Draco Meteor and then still focus on strong physical moves. About the only downside is lack of move diversity. We've been over all that it can really do. As long as it comes out at a smart time when the zippier threats are gone, it'll burn away anything. Clefairy with Friend Guard, another useless outside of Double Battle's ability and turns into Unaware after evolving. Magic Guard is one of the greatest abilities out there and it's on so few Pokemon. Clefairy's got a gift, don't throw it away. Sneasel with Pickpocket, this can have some fringe uses. Pressure isn't particularly great on a Pokemon that can't stick around through opponents' turns. But also not a lot of Pokemon have held items outside of the put. Could be good for removing a berry with a nasty effect. Metang with Light and Metal. I want to sell just how bad this is. It's obviously a downgrade compared to Clear Body, but Light Metal is my pick for all-time worst ability, unless we count the detrimental ones. It's protection against one move, Low Kick. This ability is only held by Steel types, so no, you wouldn't care about reducing damage from Grass Knot even without Light Metal. And in fact, it makes you worse against Heat Crash, something a Steel type would worry about. So it's trading a weakness to one move for a different weakness to one move. But you wanna know the funniest part? This ability is actually detrimental to Metagross because its weight is just perfectly wrong that it still takes the same damage from Low Kick regardless if its weight is cut in half. So all it does for Metagross is make it weaker against Heat Crash, and that's what you'd be picking over immunity from stat lowering. It's a detrimental ability that lies about being helpful. On to Ditto with Imposter. I wish this wasn't so damn rare. You'll never find it. No wonder it's called an Imposter. An ability that transforms Ditto without wasting a turn is really how Ditto should have worked in the first place. I would say he's the speed of Molasses, but look at him, he is Molasses! He's so ripe for the picking. An Imposter at least gives him a good fighting chance where it's a coin toss if he can win the shootout. If it isn't chosen by Arceus to move first, then Ditto's probably going to faint anyway due to its low HP, so it's either really good or really not. Also, they spelt it imposter with an E, which every word processor in my life has told me is wrong. Is this a regional thing or a common misspelling or what? Because only Pokemon seems to spell it that way. Throw! A fighting type tank, an unusual role to be sure. It can hit so brutally and withstand so much that low speed isn't much of a hindrance. We want guts. We could use Toxic Orb or Flame Orb, but even better is in the post game, we gain access to Sleep Talk. Once that's available, throw on Leftovers and teach it rest. By doing this, it can attack while asleep, freely heal up to full, be unable to get a more damaging status, and just withstand a lot of attacks by passively healing. We want Circle Throw and Bulk Up as our other two moves. Circle Throw is a signature move of Throw where it does 60 base power, moves last, but forces the target to switch out. I doubt you'd ever care about it moving last anyway because it's so slow. It's a good pair. Have Stealth Rock or other entry hazards somewhere on the team, and this Pokemon can play the long game, toying with anything in its path. This strategy is a personal favorite, but it can do plenty of others. If you're in the game for raw power, there's Brick Break, ground moves, rock moves, low sweep, and elemental punches. But really, its bulk is the selling point it has over other fighting types, so let's not leave it on the table. In black only, Sawk, another unusual fighting type. Back to our Pokemon now. Sawk is on the faster side of its class. The ability Sturdy allows it to switch in against a lot more, or just stick around longer. 125 attack is no slouch in combat. Its move pool is similar to Throws, so just do whatever coverage moves you can find on it and it'll do great. I was surprised to learn that it learns Dual Chop, but it kind of makes sense. Bouffalant. I already covered everything about this Afro, but this is the first time Sap Sipper is a possibility after I praised it so much. In white only, Rufflet. I could not believe they finally made this useful. It evolves 2 levels after being caught, probably the most useful it's ever been to this day because they keep putting it on Route 1 at level 2. You can only get this in white, and in that version we've had Defiant Braviary for some time. In black only, Vullaby. To the contrary, Big Pex is the ability of choice for Vullaby, and everything about the evolution for Rufflet applies here. Mandibuzz's offensive stats suck. Like, bad for even unevolved Pokemon standards. We're not going to attack with this one, because it's likely outperformed by anything else that uses its moves. Instead, we'll attack with Foul Play from Lentimus Town. Basically, any attack stat we will ever come across is at least better than 65. Besides that, we troll. Give it Taunt for anything that might try to set up so that they have to fight its high defenses, Toxic to outlast other Pokemon, and maybe Iron Defense since we can use items. If not using items, Roost is a smooth move. Mean Shao. I promised a better opportunity to use this family, and well, I'm no liar. A speedy fighting type, Regenerator is good. Catch it if you like how it sounded before, because now it's actually useful. Golduck with Swift Swim. I feel like this doesn't help out too often and takes away what made Golduck special. It's just kind of mediocre. Gligar with Immunity. This turns into Poison Heal upon evolution. Pair that with Toxic Orb, and you got a Pokemon that restores HP passively, has a ton of defense, and can't be status because it already is. Absol with Justified. It's okay. Absol is made of paper, so it's nowhere near as useful as it is on Cobalion. Super Luck is just such a nice ability for Absol in particular too that I probably wouldn't give that up for this. Whirlipede. Seriously. It's quite something that it took this long for one to appear, but this really is the first opportunity to catch a wild Whirlipede. Dude, go home. You're so late to the party, no one cares. You're like level 20. There's no way this could be useful at all. I would wager that this was an oversight that Swadloon was available from the first visit to Lostlorn Forest, but Whirlipede's only in this dark grass. Bronzor! Pick your weakness. It's fire or ground, depending on the ability. I particularly like Levitate on a rain team, giving it no weakness at all. Besides that, it's an impressive tank and one of the best uses of Gyro Ball. We're talking 8 resistances and 2 immunities. Even better, it's not merely a tank. Bronzong's attack stat is quite large. Not winning any awards, but better than it might seem. Ground in particular on it offers some nice coverage. Light Clay with Reflector Light Screen, or both, is certainly an option too. Go for it if you're looking for a good wall. Vulpix always comes holding a Rossberry if you need that. Same goes for Ninetales, which is also in this area. It's a pretty unexciting Pokemon. A speedy tank, and you know how I feel about those. I mean, sure, it's no pushover, and it learns good fire moves, but it doesn't get a lot of coverage. Could always go for Nasty Plot to help it out, but don't train it. We got an objectively better option coming right up. It's Vulpix with Drought. Yep, our objectively better Vulpix is Vulpix. It's a 1% chance, but one of the best Pokemon possible. Drought is a signature ability if we don't count legendary Pokemon from other regions. It's worth carrying just to set that up alone. Lessen that water weakness, power up fire moves, power up grass Pokemon. And yes, this Pokemon learns Solar Beam, so it's an ender of water types itself. 1 out of every 100 of you checking this alongside me will get this. Or I suppose 1 out of every 99 because I didn't get it. If it's there, might as well feel special and use it. Okay, let's be reasonable. Most of you aren't ever going to find this. Maybe regular Ninetales isn't as outclassed as I made it out to be, but this is so cool. And we're gonna go over every single new Pokemon that can be obtained through the Dream Radar. Pokemon obtained through Dream Radar will always have their hidden ability. In this case, Munna has Telepathy. Battles that are more than one-on-one aren't very common when taking the journey into account, but I suppose it'll at least help with tanking sometimes. Munna's not a Pokemon that can be caught during the main story, so if you just gotta have a Munna and you don't like the fact that you have to level it up so much in order to get its moves, this could be a good way to go about it. Cloud 9. It's really cute, actually. Its Cloud protects it. This can be caught normally in Abundant Shrine and is not exclusive to this mode. Swablu can take quite a few hits, and immunity to weather really can't hurt it in any way, shape, or form. I prefer Natural Cure, but weather canceling is rare, and this is a valid role for a Pokemon to play. Riolu with Prankster. This doesn't appear helpful on the surface. When it evolves, it becomes a Lucario with Justified. Calling a switch in and getting it hit by a dark move that it quad resists buffs its attack stat. Go for it, man. It's the choice ability for Lucario. Sigilif with Tinted Lens is exclusive to Dream Radar. A special attacker that we know all too well, with tons of moves and multiple viable movesets. It doesn't really care about doubling not very effective damage because it can learn moves for any battle. The alternative for Sigilif is only taking damage from direct attacks with Magic Guard, which is one of the best abilities in the game. I say catch this one outside of Dream Radar. Drifloon with Flare Boost, something nice and nuanced we finally get to talk about. Drifloon family is the only Pokemon to have this ability, and in White 2, we get a free Flame Orb from Reversal Mountain. If it's already burned, it's immune to the other 4 main statuses in addition to the benefit it sees from that ability. This thing is cool. I would recommend this if you've never tried it before and just need a ghost type. I like unique abilities, and this one's clever for it being a hot air balloon and everything. It's not even necessary to have access to Dream Radar. This is rarely found in hidden grottos in the regular game, too. Swimming in that radioactive green pool is Wigglybuff with Friend Guard. Again, battles involving 2 or more Pokemon aren't really common enough to justify dedicating a whole team member to it. However, this one's kind of special. This ability turns into Frisk as soon as it evolves into Wigglytuff, and identifying the foe's held item is actually a little nice. I don't know if I'd recommend it outright, but it's better than some of the Dream Denizens so far. Shuckle with Contrary. It makes Shell Smash increase defense and special defense, then sharply lower attack, special attack, and speed. Next. Tornadus was caught. I recommended getting orbs fast because Tornadus is OP! First off, about this Pokemon itself, I should tell you that Tornadus is in its Therian form, a new transformation with a new ability and new stats. This form has no hidden ability, so any Tornadus could eventually become this form if transferred in. Now that the novelty's worn off, it's notable for being the only pure flying type Pokemon, granting it multiple helpful resistances and an immunity to ground as always. Regenerator's a great ability, allowing it to have multiple go-arounds in the same fight. That speed is unreal. Undoubtedly one of the fastest Pokemon ever. Those are all good pluses, but unfortunately, I can't say its good offense really goes to much use. A lot of the good moves it learns aren't readily available, so it winds up just using Air Cutter and Extra Sensory until some very high levels. In fact, the main things it's known for, Hurricane and Rain Dance, won't even be unlocked until around level 70. Taunt together with its speed was probably the thing it was most loved for back in the day, but even then, that's one of the last TMs that could be found. It got dealt a pretty rotten hand with move availability, so it might be good adding this to your team a bit later in the playthrough rather than trying to get it at level 5. I'd recommend it for people who intend to get very high into the levels and do absolutely everything. It's Thundurus's turn to transform. An electric flying type, which is pretty darn good and unusual. And that ability makes it even better. This is a Pokemon who's just a nice choice to switch into in most battles to gain the upper hand. This transformation trades a little bit of attack and a little bit of speed to become a special nuke, which it's pretty good at. This thing wants to learn Thunderbolt, no way around that. Unfortunately, it's going to wind up using Shockwave for a while until that actually becomes available. Volt Switch and Discharge are other options, which isn't horrible, but it's certainly something worth knowing. The one thing I want to give it huge points on is being able to actually make good use of agility due to just having pretty good speed and not amazing speed. Big points on that because almost everything that learns agility has no need to spend a turn on using it because they're fast enough. Thundurus, you break away from the norms. I like. And now orbs can be orange, corresponding to 4 new Pokemon to catch. Staryu with Analytic. Finally, an ability that's interesting. Staryu is one of the fastest Pokemon still capable of evolving, and Starmie is very fast, so it won't activate very much. It's just a really clutch ability whenever the foe has a priority move or somehow outspeeds it. Natural Cure is a great ability too, though, so really, either is helpful at least some of the time. Porygon with Analytic. Here's the first one that is outright good. It requires a bit of explanation though. Porygon evolves twice. Porygon 2 is a tank, while Porygon Z is a sweeper. So each serves a completely different purpose. Many Porygon trainers prefer to just evolve into Porygon 2 and no further. With Analytic, combined with its low speed, tankiness, and holding the Eviolite since it's not fully evolved, yeah, this one's really sweet and gets an outright recommendation from me. Ralts with Telepathy, not helpful outside of like 20 fights. Bronzor with Heavy Metal. This is not exclusive to this mode and can be gotten normally from Abundant Shrine. All this does is give Bronzor an additional weakness in exchange for a stronger Heavy Slam. Is it worth it? Nah. But it's not horribly weak compared to what you'd expect from a defensive Psychic type, I guess. Landorus was caught. is intimidating. This might just be the best Pokemon as of this point in the series for competitive double battles. It has the best of everything. Good speed, extreme attack, stab Earthquake, immunity to Earthquake from other Pokemon and electric types, access to Rock Slide, and that Intimidate makes it actually take damage pretty well. Even in singles, these traits are all powerhouses, so don't treat it like it's invalid just because it's even better in doubles. With 2 immunities, it can get multiple go-arounds in the same game, using that Intimidate better than most other Pokemon. Really? This is the closest creature to being a perfect Pokemon we've seen. There's a case to be made out there for there being no outright counter to it. Landorus is even good at countering itself. Anytime a potential weakness comes up, there's always some counter argument like, well, it can Intimidate to survive an Ice Punch and hit back with a Rock Slide, or just outspeed an Ice type. Just play it smart and it will almost never lose. This Pokemon is amazing. The sheer amount of damage this DLC did to competitive Pokemon for over a decade is unreal. Togepi with Super Luck doesn't learn even 1 high critical hit move. Serene Grace is too good to ignore. Smoochum with Hydration. Hydration's a great, rarely seen ability, but that's not the best part. Upon evolution, it turns into Dry Skin. This is a good and still very well-liked ability for Jinx. Makes it switch in more often and shut down Pokemon with Aqua Jet pretty nicely. Spiritomb with Infiltrator. Either ability is good, but I'm tempted to say that Infiltrator is nicer in versus while Pressure is better in single player. Either way, this was by far the easiest way to obtain a Spiritomb and the most repeatable back in the day. So if you just gotta have a Spiritomb on your Nintendo DS, this is the way for you. And last up, Rotom. Rotom has no hidden ability, so it just has Levitate as an electric type. I'll just say it's good, really good. Around Opelucid City, its alternate forms became available too. Beldum with Light Metal. Why in the mother of Looker is this a thing? Clear Body is practically Beldum's whole identity other than agility sweeping, and it's being given up for less damage from Grass Knot. Okay, I guess you got Low Kick in there too, but you're also making your own Heavy Slam worse and making yourself more weak against Heat Crash. Not even remotely as good as immunity to stat lowering. Just skip it, man. You can do better. Slowpoke with Regenerator. Either evolution wants Regenerator for its ability. This is downright overpowered, allowing them to just tank multiple times in one game. Remember, the healing happens upon returning to its Pokeball, so it prevents you from having to use items in single player. It's just so good for it, and constantly gives it a respectable sponge against a lot of switch-in attacks. I'll throw in a friendly reminder with this one to never use Eviolite on Slowbro. That's a common mistake that I've even seen show up on official competitive ladders. Don't do that, man. Hoot Hoot with Tinted Lens. The Hoot Hoot family's offense is pretty meek. Even with it learning a lot of special moves, it just doesn't have the stats for it. Hoot Hoot is certainly unique, but its greatest asset is using special moves and special walling. Without a doubt, Dialga is one of the most versatile Pokemon in existence, and it's been this way since the dawn of time. That type might be one of the best defensive ones around. Steel completely normalizes the weaknesses to Ice and Dragon, whereas Dragon removes Steel's fire weakness. It's a wondrous tank that's weak only to fighting and ground, plus can't even be poisoned. It can switch in so much because almost nothing one-shots it. Its speed is higher than most walls, so it has the capability to outspeed other walls, making it able to blast away those walls, while showing them how walling is really done. And that's just how it functions as a tank. Just look at those stats. It's incredible. Nothing bad in that whole set. It's a special nuke, and access to its moves aren't too bad, actually. It can live with Dragon Pulse, Power Gem, Earth Power, and Aura Sphere for early game moves if you want a low-level Dialga playthrough. Since it has no especially bad stat, there's also the possibility of teaching it Draco Meteor and then going physical once it's burned out its special stats. The last option is support. Be it Toxic, Stealth Rock, whatever. It's reliable at laying down all of these things. If there's some kind of whittling effect needed to slowly win a certain fight, Dialga is one of the most reliable Pokemon to get it off. Dialga has a signature move, Roar of Time. a 150 power special move that recharges the following turn. Don't use it unless you're playing on shift. That's the worst I can say about it. On top of this, Dialga has a signature item. You won't be finding it for an absurdly long time, but it's the Adamant Orb, increasing Dialga's Steel and Dragon type power by 20%. This is good, but most people prefer leftovers or on improving Dialga's speed even further, so it's not bad, it's just not that accessible, and other items could be better. However, this Dialga has its hidden ability, Telepathy, and it just isn't very useful. Especially when Dialga's defensiveness, it means that it actually likes having pressure normally. Slight loss, but there's really no role Dialga can't play. It's easy to slot into an existing roster and takes a powerful foe to put a dent in this metal. Would you believe me if I said there's another one of it, and this one's arguably even better? Palkia might just be a perfect Pokemon if Landorus isn't that already. Starting off, it's a downright dangerous attacker. It's just fast enough to outrun many things and just cuts down whatever stands in its way. I can't talk about its attacking prowess without talking about its signature move, which is one of the best moves in general. Spatial Rend, 100 power, 95% accuracy, special, and with a high critical rate. This just kind of deals with it due to Palkia's unbelievable special attack combined with same type attack bonus. It needs to level up to learn this move, which isn't bad. I just want to bring it up because it's a rare time where Palkia is obtained at a low enough level where that's a concern. Palkia has its own signature item, the Lustrous Orb, which buffs its dragon and water damage, much like Dialga's item. This is very late game, but is extremely helpful to its cause. Palkia can learn a fair few special moves outside of those types, but does it really need more than Spatial Rend, a good water move, and one other type for good measure? Now with stats like this, it doesn't. All of its stats are good, clearly, and it's only weak to Dragon with a resistance to Steel and quad resistances to Fire and Water. Beyond that, normal damage from everything. Super easy to remember and to use. It has no real weakness to be exploited and can slot well into any roster. Dialga was the versatile one. Palkia is just a really good attacker. If there's any last thing to say about it, it's that Palkia functions even better in rain. Powers up Surfer Hydro Pump, and this is one of the best Thunder users. Like, sheesh, you think you're doing enough damage already? Telepathy also happens to not be a very useful ability on it, since it also kind of likes having pressure due to foes having a hard time denting it. Every now and again, I like to quote Smoggin's humorous articles on competitive Pokemon, and I think their Gen 5 Palkia article says it best. Palkia is a dick. Giratina, the Pokemon of two faces. Saying this right away, the item necessary to transform it into its origin form and buff its Ghost and Dragon type damage is, you guessed it, not in the main story. I'll be treating Giratina like it's only available in its altered form as a result. This is an all-arounder with immunities to normal and fighting and use of Will-O-Wisp. That alone is excellent, and again, no especially bad stats anywhere. But I will say it's noticeably less great than its brothers from our dimension. It hits for a lot, just not a lot. As a bit of fun, it's a rare Pokemon that's weak to both of its own types, so you know exactly what to look out for. To avoid it being set up on when it just can't power through, some force switch moves like Dragon Tail could be kinda nice. Exclusive to Giratina is the move Shadow Force, a 120 power physical ghost move that takes a turn of invulnerability to charge up. Not great in versus due to announcing what it's doing next turn, but pretty strong otherwise. All around, probably the lowest point of the three, but still a force to be reckoned with. The Sacred and Beautiful Ho-Oh! This is a Pokemon that's radical at doing damage no matter the enemy. Its durable nature shouldn't be discounted either, with great HP and some of the greatest special defense around. Its signature move, Sacred Fire, is 100 power, 95% accuracy, with a 50% chance to burn. This is one of the best burns in the game and absolutely should be considered for any moveset. Even if that special attack stat isn't as godlike as its physical stat, you might as well fish for the burn if you don't know what else to do. It starts with Brave Bird at any level, an insanely good move for Ho-Oh with its flying type, 120 power, and recoil damage. it'll be using this move constantly, both because it's such a nuke and because of that ability. Regenerator is bar none the best ability for Ho-Oh to have. 1/3 of its great HP recovered every time it switches out is awesome, and downright broken if used in shift battles. Roost makes Ho-Oh get a second win almost perfectly in battles that bar items for a total of 83% of its health recovered. Ho-Oh even gets access to Earthquake, something not typical of fire or flying Pokemon. If there's anything negative I have to point out, it's the weakness to Rock, especially Stealth Rock completely nullifying that near-perfect ability. But it's not like that'll show up outside of Versus. The last move I'd like to give special attention to is Sunny Day. It's so reliable at getting to move at least some of the time that it might as well lie it down if it gets the chance. Really a stellar Pokemon, and it's a fitting rival for... Lugia, King of the Sea! This is a tank of legendary proportions. Almost nothing gets through those defenses, and it boasts great speed for what it is, allowing it to hit at least fast enough and hard enough to blast away flimsier targets without the need to swap out for a dedicated attacker. The type has many weaknesses, and some bad ones at that. But it's not without helpful resistances and immunity to ground. I'd say it's a decent type after it all. Multiscale is an ability unique to only Lugia and Dragonite, and is one of the best abilities in the game. Of course a wall would love having a damage reduction effect. For moves, Lugia has a pretty lacking starting move set, taking a while to get much of anything beyond extra sensory. Calm Mind is a natural fit, but isn't available until an Eon passes. Speaking of waiting, Aeroblast is its answer to Ho-Oh's Sacred Fire, but it's sadly kind of a letdown. Its special flying type has 100 power and 95% accuracy, yet only 5 PP. That's downright horrible PP compared to moves of similar power, and all it gets in return is a raised critical hit chance, whereas Ho-Oh got one of the best burns. Palkia gets away with this when Lugia doesn't, simply because Palkia is an extreme nuke, while Lugia doesn't have a lot of oomph behind that hit. As a result, its neutral move is probably going to end up being Psychic rather than Flying, or making use of Rain to its advantage. All in all, one of the greatest tanks to rule the skies, but not much beyond that since it doesn't do well on offense, and it's in trouble if something else plays the stalling game against it. Have some kind of wall breaker who plays off its type well for those situations, and it'll do great. Golurk! Without fail, every time they introduce a good new Pokemon with a detrimental ability, just so you get mad when you catch one with the right nature, it is invalidated by a freaking coin toss. I just get so freaking upset. Slightly related, Golurk has Iron Fist. I'm sure you already figured out it has an abundance of punching moves and can actually make good use of them, unlike most other Pokemon that are gimped by the low power. But that's not the half of it. It's the 3/4 of it. The 4th move slot can be Earthquake right away. Dude, Flygon wishes it could do that. I'm sorry, buddy girl. I really am. You're cursed to being overshadowed by other ground types. Pick whichever 3 punches sound the best. Just be aware that it has no speed. Druddigan. Kind of a forgettable dragon, TBH, but that doesn't mean it's outright bad. It's got the 4 classic resistances, and it's all right at taking a beating. It has to be if it's that slow. I mean, it's slower than Golurk. How's that even work? He's made of clay. Druddigan mainly learns dragon attacks with a lot of dark thrown in. Rock Slide is there too, but is disappointing because it can't fish for flinches. Besides that, it's kinda limited. It learns tons and tons of special moves that it has no aptitude for even trying. Earthquake is a post-game move, and that would have made it stand out from other dragons. It's just not there. It's kinda disappointing for something that comes in after all the other dragons. Zweilous! Nope, you can't have Hydreigon. How fitting one of the most VGC-defining Pokemon of Gen 5 carries the highest evolutionary requirement of all time. It's a whopping 15 additional levels to reach it, and we're in Victory Road! I guess it's not as bad as it was in the old Victory Road, but still. You're throwing the Eviolite onto this mediocre Pokemon with no stat over 85, only to make it kind of work. it will only be unleashed if you're going for 100%, and thus playing enough of the game to actually get to that level requirement. If this hasn't deterred you and you are gonna go for it, Zweilous evolves into the best special attacker in the game other than White Kyurem. Hydreigon has immunities to ground and psychic, tons of resistances, high stats in every territory, and ferocious moves. What's kind of ironic is that its level up moveset is honestly kind of meh. It learns a bunch of physical moves of middling power. It can use them well enough, but come on. If you go all that way, you want the goods. It doesn't even learn Dark Pulse without tutoring for some reason. From TMs, you'll want Flamethrower or Fire Blast, and then Focus Blast. Probably a Dragon-type special move too. Do that, and you'll enjoy a brutal fighter that is only harmed by dedicated special walls. Vaporeon's hidden ability is Hydration, healing status problems in rain. You'd expect me to say that this is good on rain teams, but no. It's a great ability to have on rain teams. Almost no Pokemon can even have this ability, much less one this bulky, and it can use rest for free every time it needs to heal. It's evil to bring down a Vaporeon if it pulls off that strategy. Jolteon with Quick Feet is a take that when switching into a foe. But Jolteon's so fast anyway that it's a Pokemon getting a speed buff that doesn't even need it. Volt Absorb wasn't great or anything with it being so frail, but I feel like it was at least more appreciated than this. Flareon, now we're talking. I've got a moveset to make Flareon just a little less suckish. Guts is one of the best abilities out there. Throw a Toxic Orb on Flareon, which is actually pretty easy to get, teach it Facade for 140 power, and Flame Charge to boost speed. This actually makes it pretty fun. I just said Flareon could be fun. What have I become? Espeon with Magic Bounce. Even better. Magic Bounce is a downright overpowered and factually better Synchronize. This works 100% of the time as long as the status move hits Espeon. And Espeon doesn't have to take the status ailment to get the effect. It's awesome. Umbreon with Inner Focus instead of Synchronize, don't you? Meloetta. So, we got a pretty great Psychic type. Has all the expected moves. Psychic and Shadow Ball are accounted for. Calm Mind, a few coverage moves. Everything's here. Like a lot of Psychics, some special defenses there too. It's elevated by just how high those stats are and a normal subtyping, so Ghost can't bring her down. Everything changes when we get to Relic Song, a 70 power normal type signature move with a 10% chance to also put the opponent to sleep. And Meloetta transforms into a completely different Pokemon with a normal and fighting type. Meloetta Pirouette form was the original Terra type. As of the time of Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Meloetta was the fastest fighting type Pokemon ever discovered. It can unleash a flurry of physical attacks like close combat. But what's disappointing is that it has to have the move Relic Song taking up space in the first place in order to transform. And thus, it only gets 3 remaining move slots for a potential mixed move set in order to take advantage of both of those forms. Unless it has a chance to use Relic Song to blow something over that sustained heavy damage, it sorta kills the momentum that it doesn't get a lot of options in either form individually. Meloetta is also a little on the mid side of speed unless it unlocks the Pirouette form, and it might very well get smacked around trying to transform before it gets to. If it can pull it off, it's a super interesting Pokemon with loads of potential. It's just a matter of if it can. I'm here to tell you that Route 4 and the Desert Resort have Hippopotas and Hippowdon as their encounters for swarms. These are a big deal. Get one of these two. You heard me. It will be a long time, but you have twice the odds that you normally do of getting one of the two, and it's useful for that weather quest that we have not accomplished yet from the Weather Institute. And it's also good for something else. Really, check this every day, try to get one of them. Regardless of which character you chose, you're able to get Wobbuffet with Telepathy, Ralts with Telepathy, just like I just traded him, Rhyhorn with Reckless, Shellos with Sand Force. It's noteworthy that Yancey trades the East Sea form, whereas Curtis trades the West Sea form of Shellos. Spiritomb with Infiltrator, Snorlax with Gluttony, Spinda with Contrary, and Togepi with Super Luck. Many of these Pokemon are only available through this if you don't have access to the Dream Radar. If you're playing as a boy and dating Yancy, you get Meowth with Unnerve, Shieldon with Soundproof, Mawile with Sheer Force, or Teddiursa with Honey Gather. And if you're a girl and dating Curtis, you can get Mankey with Defiant, Cranidos with Sheer Force, Sableye with Prankster, and Phanpy with Sandveil. Pretty good Pokemon in there. Swellow. Notably, this can come holding a Charty Berry to reduce damage from a super effective Rock-type move. It's only a 5% chance of finding it, but I'm noting it because this item is incredibly hard to find without maxing out Join Avenue. Mesprit! Every trio has that one Pokemon that's in the middle, Mesprit being a mix of attack and defense. It's sort of a worse version of its defensive counterpart, while being too slow to even really count as an attacker by comparison. It's outclassed to be sure, and it's not made a whole lot better by the fact that Psychic is just such a middling type. It's not like Mesprit's got a lot of interesting resistances or is effective against a lot of Pokemon, no. It just kind of takes neutral damage from everything while doing neutral damage to everything itself. It's certainly consistent, if nothing else, no pronounced weaknesses, but not really anything going for it either. She's just kind of there. Yeah, that's your name, don't wear it out. Azelf is a mixed sweeper if there ever was one. It likes to set up with Nasty Plot, then just go nuts. You don't learn a single good psychic move without a TM. How embarrassing. I won't tell any more people besides the people watching the screen because you more than make up for it by learning basically every good TM ever made. This is Sigilif levels of diverse move pool. Just give it whatever special moves you like and it'll be fine. Could throw in a U-turn, or my personal favorite for Azelf, Explosion, to make good use of that attack stat and bring down a problem Pokemon once Azelf is too tired to go on. Heck, that good compatibility complement extends to most of the best status moves. It gets entry hazards and even taunt. Practically the only thing lacking is that Psychic takes normal damage from almost every Pokemon, and it's about as squishy as it looks, not as capable of swapping in as some other attackers might be. I guess willpower can be easily crushed, but every Pokemon needs a weak point. It's just common sense. Stunfisk, finally, right? There was never a single time to encounter a Stunfisk until now. Did you notice? I would wager probably not. An electric farting potato that got run over by a steamroller is as disappointing as it sounds, given the weight anyway. I feel like this would be decent if it was just available sooner, but it's not. It suffers from the special ground, it suffers from special ground moves just feeling kind of weak, a problem I am all too familiar with raising a flag on. Generally, if it gets a physical move, it's also kind of weak due to electric not having a lot of support in that department either. It's the worst of both worlds, sadly. And most everything else it learns has got some problem like bad accuracy for just not being that powerful. It'll take a punch to the face, sure, but it'll just sit there and not do much else once that's over. Oh, and Limber, please, don't make me laugh. It's immunity to Body Slam's secondary effect. We're electric and ground, with immunity to paralysis as our ability. Was this a joke? I mean, I guess. Just look at his face. And our other new Pokemon is Seismitoad. A water ground type is easy to slot into a roster, and I think you could do a lot worse than a Seismitoad for a last second team edition. Water is reliable, hits a lot of stuff for good damage. We're coming up on being able to get Earthquake pretty soon. Can only be good news for me. Sawsbuck. There's been a lot of chances to get Deerling already, so just to refresh you, it's got Sap Sipper for its ability, it uses Jump Kick, and then Horn Leech is one of the best signature moves in existence. You do that, you don't really need much else. It's just kind of reliable at what it does. Beartic. I kinda doubt that even the most devoted of Beartic fans in the world are begging for one of these now. Cubchoo on the precipice of evolution was one of our long past encounters now, so I can't really blow your mind by telling you that it's got some great moves, but is gimped by a bad type and bad speed. So instead, let's go over how it learns Cut, Surf, Strength, and Waterfall. That's the real reason to catch one. Oh, but you'll only find it in winter, so you might need to play around with the clock a little bit. Here we are. Reshiram is the reliable fire dragon type. Both types are resisted by few Pokemon, giving it good damage output against about every possible opponent. While special-based, Reshiram still packs a punch with 120 attack and has a surprisingly diverse move pool, containing even rock moves for especially good added coverage. It could also choose to have Draco Meteor as a nuke with physical moves elsewhere. Reshiram has two signature moves. One is the Fusion Flare that Kyurem took from it, but the other is a wholly unique Blue Flare. This move is pure desolation. A 130 power, 85% accurate special fire type move with a 20% chance to burn. That thing is better Fire Blast. And it's the main thing that sets it apart from Kyurem. Though as sad as it is to say, it must get to level 100 to master this move. And Reshiram also happens to be banned in battle facilities, so it might just not be all that worth it to train up that high to get access to that versus other fire types, or White Kyurem if you don't care about battle facilities. While that damage can get unreal, it's all it really succeeds at, and White Kyurem just outclasses it at that job. A 9.9 among 10 out of 10s if ever there was one. In the opposite version, Zekrom. With two types that complement each other offensively and a beast of 150 attack, Zekrom is the ender of battles before they even start. Dragon Claw and Outrage are staples of its moveset, but beyond that, this is basically the only electric type Pokemon that is not gimped by lack of physical moves. Just like with Reshiram, we got Fusion Bolt, which is physical, and then we also have our level 100 move, Bolt Strike. 130 power, 85% accuracy, electric, somehow physical even though you're striking them with lightning, and a 20% paralysis chance. I consider Zekrom to be stronger than its Kyurem counterpart. It doesn't have such poor resistances, and it can make better use of its attack stat thanks to that signature move, even if it's just a tad strong. The only real downside I can name is Terravolt bordering on being a useless ability. At least with Reshiram, Turbo Blaze can deal with annoying abilities like Flash Fire. Zekrom can hit a Shedinja now? Yeah, regardless, this is a minor nitpick, and Zekrom is a threat to keep on your radar. We did pick up a Grizius Orb, meaning our Giratina can finally transform. In its origin form, its ability goes from pressure to levitate, a fantastic change. Its defensive and offensive stats swap, which I think is only a good thing. It makes Giratina a lot more aggressive, a lot more capable to one-hit KO things, and just kind of comes into its own. We've already talked about Giratina a great deal, but I thought it would be a shame to leave it out here. is incomplete. The mere shell of what once was just isn't all that exciting on its own. Ice Dragon is more geared to offense, but it just isn't as powerful at a specific role as its two more complete forms, or even Reshiram or Zekrom individually. It's that third Pokemon in every trio of legends that has the stats of the other two divided evenly and just isn't that strong as a result. Kyurem's moves are similarly just kind of in the middle. Its signature move Glaciate is only 65 power. Doesn't even have 100% accuracy, it's 95%. But it's guaranteed to lower the target's speed. It's effectually better Icy Wind as it hits multiple enemies in doubles and triples, but there just aren't a lot of those kinds of battles for it to fight in, and it's banned in battle facilities and competitive where it might actually get some use out of that. I hope this doesn't sound like I'm calling Kyurem bad, by the way, because its stats are all still high. It packs a deadly Ice Beam, and Earth Power is a pretty decent coverage move worth celebrating. It's just not as exciting as its fused forms, which more says just how White Kyurem is one of the strongest Pokemon ever born. Welcome to the party, worst son! Magikarp! The weakest of all Pokemon! This is why I commissioned an artist with my own money to draw a portrait for it! But seriously, it can effortlessly evolve into Gyarados by now by just tossing an experience share on it, and Gyarados is pretty darn good. Intimidate, high stats, water flying being an awkward type for many Pokemon, just teach it Waterfall. Excitingly, Bounce is actually available in this Journey from Tutors. This seldom seen move on Gyarados charges up for a turn but hits for 90 power flying damage with a 30% chance to paralyze. You can find plenty of move for it to fill in any hole. You're gonna be a good one, I can feel it. I was hoping it would be shiny. Tanky psychic types, meet the queen. Cresselia is one of the most rock-solid Pokemon of all time. Having near unbreakable defense on both ends of the spectrum and blessed with the beautiful levitate that most tanks could only dream of. Its speed is also pretty nice for a Pokemon that's this hard to bring down. Here's the rub though. Pure Psychic means it doesn't exactly resist a lot, so you won't be getting much help from the type. And I mean any help for that matter. Cresselia's offensive stats are a joke for a legendary Pokemon. Its power is inferior to even some common Pokemon, and it isn't worth teaching moves that attack directly. It's all about stalling and using support moves. It just so happens, Cresselia's signature move is the ultimate in support, Lunar Dance. Cresselia is able to feint at will in order to fully restore the next Pokemon sent out. I feel like if items are available, this feels kind of unnecessary, but it really glows in verses and in battle facilities. It can turn the tables of a battle all on its own, stalling out the opponent and then just doing that at the end when it's gonna feint anyway. Cresselia is one of the best walls we will ever meet, but it is nothing but a wall and a cleric. Scrafty is the unique dark fighting type. As said with Scraggy, it's slow, takes hits well, and then hits back for some more. Drain Punch is definitely worth considering on this unusual kind of species. Besides that, it hits pretty hard and both abilities have their strong points. Just pick whichever you prefer, damage or self-healing. Pupitar, we'll call him that. Always one level away from evolving, so let's move on to the main attraction, Tyranitar! Tyranitar is a real Pokemon worth considering if there's an empty slot for it on your team this far in. Right away, it summons a Sandstorm upon hitting the field, so it's a good way to finish that non-existent side quest that we did before. Being a rock type, it'll always see that 50% increase to its special defense just from it existing in the conditions that it created. This could give an awesome support to a ground type Pokemon like an Excadrill on the same team, all while not having too much type overlap with the Pokemon that it helps. This isn't your fake Kalos baby version of Tyranitar, no. This is a real Sandstorm that'll last indefinitely until another weather effect overrides it. If there's weather that you're worried about, just pop it right away to overwrite that. Dropping a Pupitar at the right time during battle can change so much about the outcome. All of this, and it's not even out of the ability explanation yet. It's not all that weak defensively versus a lot of other rock types, having 6 resistances and an immunity. Coupled with its ability's defense increase, and you've got one of the most defensive Pokemon in Unova. Yeah, I said defensive. I missed the item again. I'm so sorry. That 134 attack is simply awesome and cannot be ignored, but its real staying power and commanding presence is the thing that makes it such a force for good. You get Stone Edge, you get Earthquake, you get Brick Break, Crunch, heck, even Thunder Wave for God's sake, without even having to breed. It's a TM move. Heck, 95 base special attack is nothing to sneeze at. It's hardly underwhelming, and that's its second lowest stat. It's proficient in using Ice Beam, Fire Blast, or even Thunderbolt. TLDR, this guy's good, and for a lot of reasons. Durant! Bug Steel type is the clear eye catch here. This is one of the rare times where Bug is actually an advantageous type. This thing is scary, able to just defend against so many things. I would hate for a metal ant to be this friggin' fast chasing me through my house. Its speed and power are quite surprising, but its special durability is simply worthless, and it might struggle to get much done if it isn't gonna go on a KO spree. It uses steel type moves, it uses bug type moves. It's pretty basic in what it does. Can be really strong, but also can be kind of weak. I guess he looks pretty rocky. Regirock has the best natural physical defense of them all. It's the second highest defense stat, only to Chuckle. Definitely going to be the better of those two. It doesn't end there. Rock has a strong offense, and so does he. Besides the signatures of other rock types, Regirock gained additional support in Drain Punch, with a respectable attack stat to make itself even more resilient when absorbing that health. As for negatives, Regirock's got some pretty big ones. Rock isn't exactly the ultimate defense, and it's meant to take lots of damage with those stats the way they are. Then despite having a diverse move pool, so much of it is special moves that it can't stand having to use, or otherwise just useless moves. A respectable Rock for sure, just ends up being very basic contrary to how it looks on the surface. It might be worth considering Rock Polish so it can become a sweeper after sucking up that attack. That thing did not say Jackie. Here we go, Regice, a golem that can do better. Regice is functionally a special wall with impeccable stats. It's just, yet again, held back by an ice type when it's supposed to be taking damage. It seems you can just never have it both ways with these guys. Regice comes out ahead for me though, because it actually wants to use the moves that it learns. Could go for Thunderbolt, Charge Beam, Frost Breath, among lots of other things. It doesn't miss out on Rock Polish either, despite being, well, made of water. Even if it has shortcomings in the type for a tank, it can function in 2 separate roles with aplomb. I didn't think you'd turn and face me. Dude, you looked like a bully, just like getting in my face like that. Just like how Regice was white only until the key is gifted, Registeel is black only until the key is gifted. Registeel is the halfway point between the other two that every legendary trio, you get the picture. I've been through this already with other legendary trios in this adventure alone. Unlike in other cases, Registeel makes out great because its stats are much more serviceable for tanking any kind of damage, and Steel is a boon of resistances. The move pool not being as good and not having particularly good damage is the exchange it made, so no sweeping here like with Regirock or Regice. It is strictly a tank, whether you're gonna Trick Room or not. Teach it some utility moves like Thunder Wave instead, and it'll be just fine. I feel like if Registeel has a drawback, it's all the other Pokemon with dual Steel typing that just do more things than it can alone. But if you're looking for a good wall, it's not gonna let you down. Oh, what? Just because you're the king, you're too good to turn and look at me? Be careful who you make fun of at level 1. Regigigas is simply a disaster of a legendary Pokemon. Never mind, make fun of it all you want. This comes down to its ability and nothing else. It must be on the field for 5 consecutive turns to gain access to its slacking-like stats. What Pokemon stays on the field for 5 turns when it's this weak? What Pokemon stays on the field for 5 turns, period? Then the counter resets if it ever has to switch out even once. What Pokemon doesn't switch out? Regigigas has basically no way to stall an enemy outside of Thunder Wave Confuse Ray. It does not learn Protect, it does not learn HP Recovery outside of Drain Punch, which relies on having a good attack stat for that to work, and it will have an 80 attack power most of the time. To make this work, it takes lots of items to set it up, healing it when it's weak and using X items. If it has a single solitary use outside of item stalling, it's double battles. Skill swap to unshackle it can be a powerful strat, as can teaching it Wide Guard. It's the only real stalling option it's ever been given. It's even a decent Icy Wind user because that's not gimped by its ability. Basically, everything it's good at is useless in single battles, and it's downright hair-pulling to make it work outside of one strategy. Regigigas has a signature move called Crush Grip, a normal move varying in power from 1 to 121, ascending with the more HP the opponent currently has by percentage. It's okay, I guess. It just kind of sucks when you don't score a win and your main normal type stab move isn't able to do any more damage. And that's especially sucky when our attack stat is, once again, 80. Glaceon! Why do they always make me wait for Glaceon? Actually, Eevee evolved like 80 bloody episodes ago at this point. And this is one of the worst Eevee evolutions anyway. Why not just let us have it at the beginning of the game for once, so it can actually be kind of useful? Glaceon has some positives. Choice among them are some serious special attack and some decent bulk, in spite of being an ice type. That's like the third, we've been saying that a lot lately. It's so shameful to say this about any Pokemon related to Eevee, but the moves on Glaceon are just so basic. There's almost nothing here other than a couple of good ice moves. Glaceon is outclassed by pretty much all other options except for Flareon, which even that, with its hidden ability, Flareon is absolutely decent now. So I'd make the argument that Flareon is more useful as of this point in time. And also even with his normal ability, on virtue of there just being 10 times more game to play when you get it. And that's not all. By going around Twist Mountain, very rarely, we can find one of my personal favorite underrated Pokemon, Cryogonal. Cryogonal is a tank that has to put up with being made of pure ice, but that's not as bad as it sounds. Levitate goes a pretty long way to giving it some help from, being an ice type. There's the fact that it's not slow. It's pretty lucky in that regard. Plus, what other time is there a tank that's this fast and hard-hitting? It can be a slayer of dragons. It can take super effective moves from plenty of them, or just outspeed them altogether. Its defense might be a meager 30, meaning it crumbles like a snowflake under any of that pressure, but it's more forgivable when it outspeeds so much. My only real disappointment with it is lack of new support in Black 2 and White 2. The move tutors gave it basically nothing, so it has not been buffed in any way, shape, or form. But I did like it in the last adventure. I still like it in this one. That hasn't changed, that it's pretty good. Heatmor! Such a forgettable Pokemon. Does anyone out there actually have Heatmor as their favorite? I want to know if you do. I'm serious. I never remember this thing. Anyway, I guess those offensive stats are all right. Everything else, kind of not so much. If an enemy has any answer to it, it's basically just losing on arrival and it won't get to move. Kind of gets revenge KO'd rather easily when its problem taking a hit, its problem is just taking a hit in the first place. Where Heatmor stands out is its surprisingly diverse move pool. It's absolutely hilarious that this Anteater learns Bug Bite. Okay, you got me. I do like that about it. It's got Shadow Claw, Thunder Punch, and even the rare Heat Wave are in there. Superpower could be a good standalone nuke physical move too from Move Tutor. It's barely worth mentioning, but 1% of the time it has a Flame Orb, and that can be difficult to obtain for players of Black too. Just thought I should mention it. Heatmor was definitely the less successful band for a reason. We're starting off with Yanma, the worst of all types and horrible stats. Made a lot better by the uncommon speed boost ability and its evolution. Lack of move diversity would be Yanmega's biggest sin, but is strangely kind of a good thing here because it's so easy to justify giving a slot to protect, allowing you to scout the enemy on a free turn and get an instant +1 to the speed. Besides that, it uses Bug Buzz, Air Slash, and Giga Drain. Maybe Ancient Power, probably not. Hypnosis would be a great option for it to pick up speed with if it were just better than 60%. I still miss the beast that was Yanmega pre-platinum. Toxicroak! Hey, actually a good poison type. I've always wanted to use one of these. Starting off, it's a physical attacker with Bulk Up or Swords Dance for buffing moves, whichever you prefer. Its type comes equipped with 6 resistances and only 3 weaknesses, so it's not purely unfounded to say it could take a few punches after bulking up. Toxicroak should always be in rain if it can help it, meaning it's got a friend with benefits with Politoed. In rain, it recovers health every turn. The fire weakness from dry skin is offset, and it doesn't have to put up with the enemy benefiting from stronger water moves because it's immune. All of this, and we're just now getting to the best part, the moves. It's got it all. Multiple good options for poison, fighting, and even dark. Earthquake and Rock Slide are there too if you don't already have a user for those, but I think that best stuff is Elemental Punches from the Move Tutors, or even regenerating with Drain Punch. It's a pretty great user of Sucker Punch too. Leafeon. We can level up Eevee in the patch of grass surrounding the mossy rock in this forest, and it will become this. Leafeon is a physical attack, physical defensive grass type Pokemon, and it has pretty shallow moves. Swords Dance, Leaf Blade, X Scissor, that's about your lot. It's got a lot of weaknesses. The defense kind of rounds it out to it being able to take hits sometimes, but not others. I would say it's a Pokemon with high highs and low lows. I wish that I could have trained one up, but it has that stupid thing of not having it in the main story, even though you can get Eevee just fine. Amoonguss with Regenerator, the choice ability for Amoonguss for any battle facility. Pick it if you want a Pokemon that stalls well. Breloom with Technician, helps out with Mach Punch, but not a whole lot of other things. Poison Heal is usually preferred due to immunity to status while holding the Toxic Orb. Beedrill with Sniper in Black 2 only. Beedrill sucks to begin with, but like, I couldn't even name a high critical hit move from memory, so according to my notes right here, I looked it up and it's Drill Run. That is all. Butterfree with Tinted Lens in White 2 only. Definitely the better of the duo, making it so it can always have a stab attack reliably. Butterfree looks disappointing at first for a multitude of reasons when you glance at those stats, but it's an alright Pokemon for one reason alone. Quiver Dance. It's one of the few Pokemon that actually learn it, instantly making it kind of interesting. Murkrow with Prankster. I didn't realize we were getting to this one today. This turns into Moxie when evolving, and funny enough, this Pokemon has been immensely successful in competitive for Prankster with Eviolite. Most people don't even evolve their hidden ability Murkrows. I wouldn't do this personally for traveling around Unova, but like, it shows how powerful Prankster is if so many people have done this in the history of the game. It's just a funny Pokemon to me. Hariyama with Sheer Force. Sheer Force is a weird ability. It can remove negative held item effects too, but only if a move's effect was suppressed that turn as well. I think it might be kind of a mistake. This could be used for moves like Force Palm, but not a lot else. This isn't exactly a Pokemon that inflicts status or flinch much. It's pretty slow too. My first question was close combat, and self-stat dropping does not count as a secondary effect for this. Bagon with Sheer Force. This looks just as useless as Hariyama, but wow, did this thing get a glow up. Sheer Force turns into Moxie. Just imagine Salamence getting even more attack every time it scores a knockout. Who seriously keeps looking at Salamence and saying, oh yeah, that guy needs a buff? They've buffed Salamence like 5 times now, present day. Medicham with Telepathy, useless outside of the rare double or triple battle. Consider it if you're doing facilities, but probably not over other things that also have it. Poliwhirl with Swift Swim. It evolves into Poliwrath with Swift Swim, so no one cares. It evolves into Politoed with Drizzle, so everyone cares. Weather summoning abilities that complement a team are so much of the meta in this era of Pokemon. But you are correct. It is a 1% chance. It's only worth it if it just happens to appear. In addition to a 1% encounter rate, 5% of the time it has a King's Rock to make evolving into Politoed even easier. You're not gonna get this, but if you're one of the lucky few, take it if you get it.
Cute.
Uxie is the ultimate utility tank. Sounds awfully specific? Not so at all. Uxie being a psychic type with Levitate means it doesn't have to worry much about enemy types. It just sort of is neutral against so much without being bad against much of anybody. It's a safe choice. While special attack is surprisingly low compared to what you'd expect when you hear psychic type legendary Pokemon, it gets Calm Mind and could use a psychic or a thunderbolt decently well. Uxie learns some weird moves. Like, just so I can illustrate how many moves it could learn, we got Elemental Punches, we got Giga Drain, we got Iron Tail, which it has no business of using in any way, shape, or form. They just gave Uxie so much. It tends to be the best when it's using status above all else. It can set up Reflect, or Substitute, or Yawn, or Light Screen, or... I personally really like U-Turn on Uxie. Both thematic alliteration and its attack stat is the same as its special. Really, its craft is just lay down whatever you like. It can do all sorts of stuff. Bibarel with Moody. So good it turned every battle into a Luckfest and they had to ban Bibarel. So then everyone started running Bidoof instead and it was still good enough that they had to ban Bidoof too. True story. Okay, they simplified it by just banning Moody, but still. Yeah, not what I think most people who weren't around back then expected me to say when they saw this frickin' face. Moody just giving you any buff you want at random, it can really add up in ways that you don't expect. Venonat with Runaway. No utility at all here, but it turns into Wonder Skin. This changes a bit status accuracy against it to 50%, sort of a Gen 1 status move simulator. If we can get use out of this ability, this thing is wild. It's one of the few Quiver Dance users and could even snag Baton Pass with an egg move. Really, compared to such middling stats and a history of mediocrity, it sure put in the work and got better, didn't it? Lombre with Own Tempo. Immunity to confusion is bizarre, but I guess also how often are you gonna run into rain unless your team is already based around it? I feel like all of Lombre's abilities are situational and this one is no different. Stoutland! Finally a wild Stoutland. Like, we got this in cold storage in the first game and it's only just now appearing in this one. We've been through this before, a reliable normal type, lots of moves, and Intimidate. What more could you ask for in a good boy? Corphish! I'm not talking about this, we'll skip straight to Crawdaunt! Here's a Pokemon that could be good, but everything that makes it unique is just behind some kind of fence. Dragon Dance is a superb egg move. Wow, Harmony! Just showing off, aren't you? Damn! Sorry, Dragon Dance. It's not learnable anyway besides breeding, and it'd be pretty tough to raise up a baby to our levels without having access to Join Avenue's upper levels or something. Its speed holds it back so much, so this is particularly sad for a Pokemon to lack that move. Big Nug! Good route, good route. Adaptability is a strong hidden ability that there's no way to obtain, so it's just kinda using water and dark moves. Its special attack is decent and it could whip out a surprise Ice Beam, but this just sounds like all the awesome water types we've already met. About the only unique thing Crawdaunt can actually muster is a Crab Hammer. Only Crawdaunt and Kingler can learn this move, and it's 100 power, 90 accuracy, physical, and has a high critical hit chance. Some prefer Waterfall, but we don't get the speed boosting without egg moves, and that would allow it to pick up flinches with that move. I say go all in on power instead. Crawdaunt is the compelling Pokemon, it's just you gotta really work for it. Pachirisu with Volt Absorb. I keep thinking you have Cheek Pouch, but no, that's not even a thing here. Anyway, yes, this is the only ability on Pachirisu with any combat utility. Of course, it's the best thing for it. Manectric with Minus. Does nothing unless it has specific allies. Boo. And Zebstrika with Sap Sipper. Trading an electric immunity for a grass one. It's kind of good. It's all preference. There it is, right on the pier. You're looking at me. You're looking at me. Oh no, I wasn't prepared for this. All right, we're doing it. Latios, apparently, is a speedy tank that's actually good. It has strong special attack to make double use out of that speed while still being pretty defensive. Really, she's an all-arounder. I'm gonna largely focus on defense here as that's what makes Latios special. Get it? Dragon Psychic is a neat type that just resists a lot, then Levitate makes it even greater of an asset. Calm Mind is a compelling buff move for this rare breed of Pokemon. This is exactly the Pokemon you hope it is. Good at using support moves like Light Screen, has Psychic, Dragon Pulse, and a bunch of possible coverage moves like Ice Beam and Thunderbolt. Latios has a signature move, Mist Ball. Contrary to this sounding like some lame accuracy lowering move, it's actually a 70 power Psychic type special attack with a chance to lower the opponent's special attack on a coin flip. It's fine, but it's outclassed because other moves are just more universally helpful. Latios! Or Latinos, if my autocorrect is to be believed. Meet the Draco Meteor that's even stronger than Hydreigon. If you're looking for a nuke and find White Kyurem just a little too cheap, Latios has you covered. I'll get to why I'm not calling it outclassed in just a second, but there is a good reason. Since we focused on defensive uses for the Dragon Psychic type with his sister, we'll go into offense here, as that's what Latios was built for. Dragon or Psychic gets a neutral match against basically the entire world of Pokemon. You'd be unlikely to run into just about anything that would resist either of those, but it gets even better because you can throw Surf into the mix to make it almost truly perfect. Seriously, this Latios moveset is a mainstay even in Pokemon speedrunning. 110 speed is a great start, jetting past almost any opponent that it would normally be afraid of. Then the item Soldew that we get after the battle boosts Latios' special defense and special attack by another 50%. Put it on and it blasts through it all. Latios' signature move, Luster Purge, is 70 power Psychic with a 50% chance of lowering enemy special defense. Special Drop is pretty cool from a Psychic move, but the power is just too good to ignore on regular old Psychic. Now, the reason why Latios gets a free pass, even though it normally would be outclassed by White Kyurem, it is hands down the strongest Pokemon that is still permitted in battle facilities. Use Latios if you want to win. Maybe even keep resetting for a good nature with your Master Ball. Get a Pokemon with Synchronize that has Modest for its nature and encounter it only with that to maximize your chances. This Pokemon is too damn good to ignore. The only real bad part of Latios is that while he isn't banned in battle facilities, the Soldew is. But honestly, pretty understandable. That's fair. Just run choice items or a Life Orb instead.
Jigglypuff. Instant message, please stat, just at Moonstone, go!
I'll stop. It's just not that good. The HP is about all it has going for it, but with such low other stats to back it up or let it do anything else, it ends up just feeling like a worse version of Audino, who could sort of do everything it did and still have comparable bulk when factoring in its other stats, and we've had Audino available from the very beginning. About all Jigglypuff has going for it is using Wish due to having so much HP. I gotta go into an aside here. I always kind of disliked how Jigglypuff was paraded around as the sleep Pokemon, when Sing is a downright horrible move, and it can do basically nothing to take advantage of the sleep if it somehow actually pulls it off. No one listens to your song because no one will ever hear it. Sorry, not sorry. Muna! Hide inside and barricade the windows. We weren't done with taking psychic types yet, and they weren't done with us. Your cookie jar was one all along. Maybe indoors wasn't such a good place to hide from it after all. Anyway, with either a Moonstone or good luck, Muna can instantly evolve into Musharna. Here's a Pokemon that shows Jigglypuff how it's done. We have high stats everywhere, including still good HP. It can blast back when it gets to move. But the downside is its speed is that of wet newspaper. Its moves are kind of light in variety too, so it's probably gotta run some status moves. Not bad, just might not be what you're looking for in a Psychic type. Calm Mind or Thunder Wave will do fine. I wouldn't worry about pre-evolution moves unless you want a challenge. Seriously. Muna learns stuff like Psywave, Future Sight, and Synchro Noise. You don't care about this crap. Crobat is a speed demon, one of the fastest of all time. But it's not some frail little bean, oh no. Poison Flying has some awesome resistances that play off one another well, and its stats are good enough in all areas. It can sort of switch out into a lot safely. Inner Focus comes in handy once in a while. A lot of opponents do pack Fake Out. It's generally outspeeding stuff and not getting flinched outside of that, but it's all right, I guess. This is a Pokemon that's sadly still a bit underpowered in the moves department. Its attack stat isn't quite high enough to carry bad moves, and its best move, Brave Bird, is locked behind Breeding. It got Acrobatics, which means no held item, and then Aerial Ace is the next best option. Cross Poison and X-Scissor are next, and about the only compelling move other than that is the rare Super Fang from the Move Tutors. Crobat is not horrible or anything, it's just sort of its potential without breeding. By a fair amount. It's got some good stuff, but no main attack. Lickitung and Licky Licky, the notorious L-I-C-K, is one round boy equipped with powerful Wi-Fi. Impressive girth on both ends and able to hold its own against so much. Definitely one of the better uses of Wish out there thanks to its high health and gonna be super helpful to the right team in a battle facility. But I don't think that totally sells it. Licky Licky is a Pokemon that I define as something with lots of particular moves. It gets Power Whip, Gyro Ball, and Dragon Tail, all moves that are not widely distributed and are powerful in their own rights in that combination. Then there's a lot of potential in Swords Dance or even Belly Drum with such a large move pool. Didn't mean to insult you there, buddy. Then my favorite is that it can channel its inner Yoshi's Island commercial by being the only normal type to learn Explosion. With that damage bonus, it's a boom like no other. Wigglytuff. Didn't I tell you before? We don't want you. High HP, bad other stuff. Get out of here. Watchog with Analytic. Without a doubt, an amazing ability for Watchog. Because it's competing with Keen Eye, which is rarely useful, and Illuminate, which is actively detrimental to your cause unless you're shiny hunting. Watchog is downright pitiful in move pool and stats, and its only decent one is speed, so this ability isn't even the most likely to go off. Nidoran Female with Hustle becomes Sheer Force after evolving. I don't like how many of these hidden abilities turn into other ones after evolving. It's confusing. Did you think I was gonna say I didn't like this ability with that tone? Cause no, of course not. Nidoqueen has a big move pool and can actually take advantage of this. It's one of the rare times I think Nidoqueen is actually kind of interesting. Nidoran Male with Hustle. Same ability, same change, same comments apply. Granbull with Rattled. Intimidate is just better, don't. She will trade you an Ambipom. This Pokemon, in a word, Technician. Wow, this monkey with a 5 o'clock shadow gets some serious duty out of this. We could raise the power of Aerial Ace, of Shadow Claw, Fake Out. If breeding back to level 1 sounds fun, it's one of the best users of Beat Up, and you could breed that in there. Yeah, it's kind of stuck short of its potential with the ways that it learns moves. It's still all right with a big move pool and good stats. It's just not quite as strong as it could be. My Ambipom knows Nasty Plot. I'll make your Excadrill really strong, so let's battle sometime, okay? Ambidexter? Oh, it's from someone named Diana. I have a friend named Diana. Minus special attack plus speed. Oh, it has pickup, not even technician. Oh, that costed a lot of points. You basically need to breed to be able to get what you would hear me say. It's holding a citrus berry too. What a whoopee cushion of a trade. Alakazam is tried and true, one of the strongest of all Pokemon. Toss Psychic or Psyshock onto it, Shadow Ball, Focus Blast, and whatever else sounds good. Maybe Grass Knot, maybe Thunder Wave, I don't know. Just watch out for Pokemon it can't one-shot because it's as frail as an old man. Know when to retreat and you'll get along just fine. Oi, Beardy, you're talking pretty tough there. Timid nature, wow, it's... No, this isn't as bad. Synchronize and timid nature. You could use this to synchronize some natures onto good legendary Pokemon. I'd take that on Latios, easily. Yeah, this thing's got a purpose, besides its uses in battle. This is a good trade. Tropius! Tropius, whichever pronunciation, I'm actually not sure on that one. It has high highs paired with low lows. We got multiple good abilities, all down to preference. We got good bulk, but an exploitable type and low speed. A gargantuan move pool, but mediocre stats with which to deliver it with. Could go for Earthquake on a flying type. Bulldoze definitely has some usage with it being a slower Pokemon. It could be an unlikely Dragon Slayer with Dragon Pulse or Outrage. Seed Bomb's another option, or heck, it's got pretty much every good grass move that has ever existed, be it Worry Seed or Synthesis or Grass Knot. It's got lots of flying support too with Air Slash, I'd expect no less. You can learn Tailwind, you can learn Roost. There's good stuff in there. It's even one of the best HM buddies, able to learn Fly and Cut and Strength. One could go many ways with raising a Tropius, just I wouldn't expect it to exactly excel, okay? Kingler with Sheer Force. Kingler has a deceptively good attack stat that draws the eye, but it sort of sucks in all other places. It's a perfect example of why power alone isn't everything. But like, Crabhammer is immensely powerful and it qualifies with Sheer Force, and it also gets Body Slam and Brick Break, which do too. Kingler is pure damage and nothing else. Corsola with Regenerator. Great ability, god tier ability in shift battles, laughable excuse for a Pokemon that it's on. Chatot with Big Pecs. Dragonite with Multi-Scale. Most nearly impossible good hidden abilities, like this one, were the subject of event giveaways during the life of this game. They held 2 different events in Generation 5 for this Dragonite. It's a 1% encounter rate. And if you want the rarest of the rare, 5% of the time, it's also holding a Dragon Scale. How do you like that? A 5% chance consecutive with a 1% chance you can only attempt so many times a day. Might as well make it a shiny while you're at it, huh? I doubt anybody has ever caught one with all 3 of those things overlapping at the same time. Genesect. The remains of Team Plasma coming back to haunt us. It's Genesect. Outfitted with armor, the Bug Steel type is one of the most steeled defenses possible. Ain't gonna fall to much. Could probably take a hit from a weakness just fine against certain enemies. With 99 speed, it's no slouch at blasting away or getting out with a quick U-turn. It could even check out of the battle in another way by using Explosion. Genesect has a signature move called Techno Blast, an 85 power normal type special move that changes its type based on the drive equipped. Black gets Shock and Burn, white gets Chill and Douse. You cannot get all 4 of them in one save file without trading. Douse is the only one worthwhile because Genesect just learns better moves from all of those types except for water. And it's better off just using other moves. Heck, I wouldn't even suggest dedicating a held item slot to giving it a water move. Dedicate that slot instead to boosting Genesect's speed because it just barely falls short of that magic number of 102 speed that beats the majority of good attackers. Download gives it an instant boost to its desired attacking stat if sent out at the right time, so it's not in need of more power over speed. It's good as is. Guo Gabo! Guo Bo Babo! I think I watched that anime. is obnoxiously strong. My poor Weezing. The Fire Steel type is so capable against so much. Then, as if that wasn't enough, Flash Fire making it immune to its own type. There's nary a thing some Pokemon could even do to it. It even counters itself incredibly well. Even status moves like Will-O-Wisp activate the ability and give it a power boost from what it would have normally been a debuff. This thing is devastating in the right hands. Heatran's signature move, which is one that I finally do care about, is Magma Storm. This is a 120 power, 70 accurate move, but traps the enemy and does 1/16 of their max HP for 4 to 5 turns. Probably the only good trapping move that has ever been good since Pokemon Yellow. Could go for that, could go for Flamethrower, or Fire Blast, or Lava Plume to go lower still in power, but with a 30% chance to burn, making Heatran stupidly tanky with an attack lowering debuff. The special attack of 130 makes all those options have legitimate positives, and it's really your choice which of those 4 fire moves you'd want to go with. An unorthodox choice that's still good is Flame Charge as a move for finishing off foes, since it's the only option for speed boosting that Heatran gets, and it could help it against things it would normally have trouble against. Earth Power is a legitimate coverage move that also helps out with a ton. Heatran could even do with options for removing its own weaknesses. It functions sublimely in the sunshine, or there's equipping an air balloon in battle facilities so we get that item back at the end of the fight, and making it able to just suck up a ground move and swap into it. Whether it's offense or defense really, Heatran has you covered. In Magma and Metallic Armor all at the same time. And you wanna know the best part? I said battle facilities. Heatran is legal in them. Hooray for easy mode! One of our final new Pokemon to talk about, Haxorus in black, or as I like to call it, Blaxorus. This level 60 pseudo legend is a free dragon teammate if you do not have one already. Boost that mildly disappointing speed with a Dragon Dance, then hack away with something hopefully better than Cut. You got Outrage, you got Dual Chop, Superpower, Earthquake, Brick Break, and Aqua Tail if you can ever manage to make it hit. They're all powerful options, potentially. Move Tutors and Heart Scales can give it basically any moveset a Pokemon Master could ever hope for. What a reward for 100%. Might be the best one we've ever had.